transcending history and the world, a tale of dudes and souls, eternally retold.
Yo, what's up, dudes? All right, chat, we're back, kind of off the, you know, the tail end of our Hollow Knight playthrough. Hi. And, yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to go, I might be inspired after watching the lore video, you know, where you have to check out a lore video. I've already watched a little bit of it, and I'm like, okay, I'm watching too much. So, with that being said, yeah, I definitely am like, oh, this seems pretty cool. Actually, this seems pretty friggin' cool. So we need to review it. We need to go over that lore video. There's one that has like 10 million views, which is just nuts. It's like the original Vadi video, lore video. Lulaney, thanks for the 5 gift subs as well. And yeah, I would just like to review that. I think I would also like to do the DLC boss, maybe if possible. And check that out. We'll see how we feel. I'm waiting on people to talk about Lost Soul Aside. If Lost Soul Aside is any good. I've been watching some streams of it, and I can't tell. I cannot tell if it's like kind of like straightforward and sort of like basic. There's no reviews out for it yet. It comes out like tomorrow. Yeah, I cannot tell if it is really good or not. But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see what people are saying about it, because the last thing I want to do is to jump into another big game without beating Kazan, much less on the cusp of playing the Tokon beta, which is starting next week. Game is DMC AF. That's the way it's always been. Yeah, that's the way it has always been. But yeah, I was looking at it on Steam. I've already seen all that. It's just I'm watching people play it, and I'm like, all I'm seeing from a visual perspective, and I don't want to pass any judgment, is that nothing really does it for me immediately when I'm watching the game being played in just like a streamer setting. So I'm curious if anybody's actually played it, or you know what the hell's going on. We're gonna check out the FF7 stream on September 5th. Yeah, of course. I think that would be smart. September 5th. Wait a minute. When is it on September 5th? Is September 5th not the first day of Tokon? Is that not what is happening? Lost Soul Aside coming tomorrow. Yeah, but it's like out now. Hold on a second. It is store. Yeah, Lost Soul Aside. It is out now. You can like add it to cart, bro. It's out. And I don't want to judge based on, you know, a minimal amount of Steam reviews. But maybe. We can always check out the demo or something like that and see how it is. Yeah, dude, I kind of want to talk about the Night Rain news. That stuff is crazy. The Night Rain news is crazy. So there's an impression. 4 hours of the combat's getting crazy. It's addictive. Story is okay-ish. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Interesting. Interesting. There's Night Rain news. Yeah, let me pull it up really fast. Is it on Bandai Namco's update? Hold on a second. Elden Ring. So, pre-order today. Yeah, learn more. So check out this crazy ass Night Rain news. Beep. Sorry about the giant white Bandai Namco screen. A high difficulty expedition mode, the Deep of Night, has appeared. It pops in on September 11th. Oh God. The Deep of Night is a high difficulty challenge mode designed for seasoned players who have navigated through the night many times. Cool. It has enemies that appear stronger than usual. Additionally, you cannot specify the target Night Lord, so the Night Lord is random. Ongoing terrain changes are not reflected. Special items such as depths, relics exclusive to Deep of Night, and weapons with multiple additional effects, but with detrimental effects, will appear. Furthermore, the difficulty increases according to the depth. The rating will fluctuate based on wins and losses affecting the depth. What the hell? So it's a much less controlled version of Night Rain. It's like an extreme version. Interesting, dude. This is also very cool artwork. Deep of Night is a high difficulty mode that provides a thrilling and challenging adventure. We encourage you to try to see if you can surpass Depth 3, as 4 to 5 will present an endless battle for those seeking greater thrills. Whoa, what the hell? Crazy, right? The less you die, the harder it gets. It sounds that way, dude. Yeah, it sounds like a proper roguelite instead of like a mixture sort of BR roguelite, which is, it's still going to be that, but it feels like it's doing something a bit different now. This is kind of nuts. This is kind of insane. Anyway, I've missed out on a lot of the Elden Ring bosses over the last couple months because, you know, we just have not been able to stream nearly as much. But that sounds really cool, dude. That sounds genuinely interesting. I'm curious if the whole point of it is to introduce a different end game, like a more fascinating end game, because there's not, once you beat Night Rain, there's not much of an end game, you know? Like once you go through all the bosses, you get like the super bosses and stuff, and then you get some extra stuff for it. And then, yeah, you sort of can get some more skins, and they encourage you to play the other classes and all that kind of stuff. But it does need a shakeup. I found myself at what did I put into it? I found myself at a healthy 60 hours of playtime, but had a great 60 hours, you know? Like outside of maybe the first 10 hours sort of sucked. Once the game clicks, it really clicks. But yeah, I would say 50 hours of just a really good time. So I am genuinely curious how that expands. I'm genuinely curious. Most times I fire this up, it's like my go-to multiplayer game over this year, even though that's not a lot of playtime. But still, yeah, and I want to know how the end game plays out. Like, how the hell does the end game play out? Metal Gear Solid Delta, not too interested. I think once we eventually learned what the game is, and I see what the game is, it is Metal Gear 3, man. It is Metal Gear 3 all over again. Yeah, the climbing, dude, that's when the game was pissing me off. The friggin' climbing, bro. Climbing pissed me off in the first, like, launch week of the game. Jesus, dude. Yeah, Street Fighter 6 got Monster Hunter skins. I'm sorry. Yeah, Street Fighter 6 got Monster Hunter colors in association with Monster Hunter Wilds, where you play Wilds and you can get skins unlocked in Street Fighter. Not skins, but, like, additional colors. Quote-unquote colors. So, yeah. That is what it is. Any new IP you want to try out? May I suggest Dishonored? I just played Hollow Knight for the first time. For the very first time. FF7 Digital Foundry impressions. Yeah, I heard it was good. I heard there was a few impressions, but I heard it was really good. That's exciting. That's actually great to hear, you know? I think you have to play Wilds to get the skins, yeah. Locked 30 makes sense. Better than a locked 30 than a random amount of, you know, 45-ish to 30-ish to 45 to 50. I hate that shit, man. Just lock it to 30. Did you finish last night? Is there some left? So we 85%ed the game on first playthrough. For anybody that doesn't know about Hollow Knight, 85%ed it, and with a little bit of help of like direction and where to go, because I'm obviously reading two chats. Chat, I'll be real. one chat is a lot. Having to read two chats and keep up with two completely separate chat rooms and also figure out where to go in places, boy howdy, it is increasingly challenging. Like, you have no clue, dude. I'm living in I'm keeping track of multiverses, while not multiverses the game, but like I'm keeping track of a multitude of multiverses of communication and conversation while I'm also trying to play a goddamn game. It is tough, man. There's ways to combine the chats, but it's not very good. None of them work really good when you have over 10,000 viewers. Yeah, boohoo. But I'm just saying they don't. When you put that many users into it, it just like fails every single time. So anyway, we outnumber you. We have the advantage. You certainly do. Anyway, poor big streamer. Boohoo. I definitely want to learn about this Hollow Knight lore shit. I found myself watching like the first 15 minutes and I'm like, I have to stop. I'm actually really into this. I have to stop. This is already very fascinating, and it is, dude, I think I get it, because so much of the way that Hollow Knight as a game is prepared and how there is like a modern culture that sits above that has sort of buried the other cultures that have existed is so like intrinsically, I don't think they did it on purpose. Like, I think it either could be a nod or not, but that's like Bloodborne, you know, for the most part. And the way Bloodborne tells its story and how you find those places and those locations, it was very similar to Hollow Knight. So it was really tickling that part of my brain, dude. It was really like, damn, dude. Like, and they created their own, yeah, Bloodborne didn't create those tropes either. It's just they executed them wonderfully. And it's the game that I experienced that execution in. And then it blew me away when you learn all this stuff and why things are the way they are, who is talking to who, which characters were doing this, and you feel it, but you don't exactly know it when you're doing it. Anyway, long story short, Hollow Knight just has all of that shit, dude. It literally has all of it, where like the intercommunication and relations between these species. There's a class divide, you know, like literally between the bug species all over the place. It's like super there's a plague. There's like there is literally like a plague that's taking over bugs and shit. Like I'm like, dude, this is crazy how Bloodborne-y this is. Granted, didn't come up with it, but I think the way that they designed the story of the game is very similar to how FromSoft designs a world and story of their games, where they have like an immediate conflict, you know, the thing that is happening, and then they create factions, right? They start a dartboard, start like a bulletin board, and you have the beginning, and then you have all the factions around. Then you start deciding, well, how old are these factions? How do these factions relate to each other? How do they relate to the story? In what way can we tell the story of these factions through all these different areas? And it's like, God damn, dude. And then the intertwining of all this stuff, and specifically moments in the story where you stop, where like you put a whole bunch of like little inkling things all over the place to give people clues and nods of where the narrative is. But in some places, you don't tell people everything. And no shit, Bloodborne is the exact same goddamn way. Like at some point, it's going to come down to interpretation and sort of like guesswork of what this technically means. And I think that's super smart. And that initially, just from the story stuff I was reading into Hollow Knight, is like, yeah, it's there, dude. Like, at some point you get so deep down the rabbit hole, there's an end, and you just don't know. We just don't know, man. And then it's going to come to literal lore archaeologists to find shit. Lance McDonald finding shit in the code of the game, like type of stuff. Crazy, dude. Expedition 33 also did a really good job with that. Yes, it did. It built up the mystery. It rode that mystery for so long. But I think the way Hollow Knight presents its story is not like Expedition 33. The way it presents its story, just like, hey, man, I'm just waking up, and I really have no context or perspective. I just know that I got to do something, and that's it. And that's like the beginning of Bloodborne as well. It's like very similar, and it's also very similar to Souls games. So yeah, I don't think they are obviously plagiarizing one or another or anything like that, but I do feel that there's an inspiration here that is like profoundly fun. And I discovered it again in like Hollow Knight because I was learning more about like the world and the characters and what they are and who they're doing. And I was like, dude, I have been here before. Like, this was the shit that made me fall in love with Bloodborne. And then I went back into the game like several months later and I just found more shit. And you were like, whoa, there's also this and there's also that and there's also this. Like, wow. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because this character was doing that, or like that kind of shit, you know? So to me, it was fascinating revisiting those thoughts all over again. And it made me realize why so many people love this shit. Because, dude, that made me fall in love with Bloodborne. And I think a lot of people got that when they played Hollow Knight, and they're like, that was just a really good game. And then you find a video or something about the story, and it adds a lot more context and a lot more nuance to the situations and why you're doing what you're doing and what's happening when you're doing those things. And it's like, bro, whoa, yeah, that's actually really cool. I even looked into some minor stuff about like the relationship of the king to the actual Hollow Knight himself, because your character isn't technically the Hollow Knight. You know, you're just I mean, I don't want to talk about spoilers too much, but we did just beat it, and it is like a 7-year-old game. But like, your character is just there to save the Hollow Knight for the most part, to like allow the Hollow Knight to be not taken over by this shit, John Knight, or you know, that kind of shit. Anyway, I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. It's so cool. So anyway, let's fire up a lore video and let's just start like jiving into it, and I'll just pause throughout a lot of it. I think the one I was looking at was profoundly Hollow Knight story. It was profoundly viewed. There's a fast lore. Nah. This one, yeah, the one from Mossbag, is that it, chat? Yeah, I watched a little bit of this, and I skipped through some parts, and yes, I was like, oh, this is good. So, yeah, shout out to Mossbag and all the lore keepers that looked into this stuff and have all these videos that compile all this shit together. It's the same stuff with VodiVidya that makes these lore keeper dudes that put this together in a really fascinating and easy to digest fashion, you know? Like, that's cool. And it seems like his channel has become effectively the go-to Hollow Knight channel, right? Which is great that eventually this guy got, you know, something. He got something. I skipped around a lot. I definitely was like meandering around to see if this is what I want it to be. You know, because we have to be sure. We have to be sure. Anyway, let me turn this on. Hold on a second. Let's go to like the introduction. Let's go to here. And let's just begin watching. For anybody that doesn't know, this is from Mossbag's channel. And yeah, there's a reason why he has all the viewership he does, is because people love this shit and it's well done.
It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God.
Whoa.
As it turns out,
already,
the bugs in Hallownest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship. A creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long.
When I was in the game, I was thinking worm as in like a dragon, like a worm, you know, like some sort of like Dark Souls dragon worm type of thing. But actually they're talking about a worm, like, yeah, Shia Hulud, you know, like a dune worm, some ancient creature.
Long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience or foresight. Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight.
It's so... If there is no Bloodborne inspiration, like, obviously some is in here, but if there is legit none, there's no Bloodborne inspiration at all, like, it's... And granted, maybe they're pulling inspiration from other shit. Maybe they're pulling inspiration from Lovecraftian novels and stuff like that, Lovecraftian horror. Maybe. But, like, the pale blood aspect of it is so huge. Like, the old blood, seek pale blood to transcend the hunt, like, the terminology, using the term pale just in general is like, damn. Yeah, the dev said they never played any of the Souls games and weren't inspired. I don't disagree with them. It's just like, this is crazy, dude. Like, there is so much. Like, there is literally so much that lines up that it's actually insane. It's actually nuts.
The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall."
Right.
In other words, it's just in their nature.
Yeah, and granted, Bloodborne isn't the most genuinely unique fucking thing ever. All Bloodborne does is just take from a huge library of Miyazaki's all-star fandom. Like, it really does, dude. Like, it's got so much shit in it. It's just a complete iteration of so much shit.
Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's just one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was
right. So cool. Jesus, seeing all of this shit. I didn't go there. I never found the Hive. I found Kingdom's Edge, but my bitch ass never found the Hive, dude. Damn.
Filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest. The Mantises are a proud tribe,
and they're clearly
believing
fighters.
in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kind of sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deepnest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deepnest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on border patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deepnest. Now, many of the different tribes of Hallownest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deepnest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deepnest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deepnest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deepnest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deepnest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields.
This is like their library data center.
One thing we know for sure about Deepnest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deepnest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of Pre-Hallownest includes Greenpath, Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deep Nest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being.
Okay, so it's a corpse. All right, I was like, how do you talk to this thing?
I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Greenpath was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Greenpath into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mothskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator. Greenpath,
Bro, this game's also got great ones, dude. Like, what the shit?
at its height was actually much larger than we see in game. At one point, Greenpath stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Greenpath's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat,
These assholes.
using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallownest. Hence the name Greenpath. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how
This is
these
new to
bees
me.
can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King. These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive.
No wonder I didn't find it.
So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the Moth tribe. In-game, the only Moth settlement is in the Resting Grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mothskin, the Moth tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which
It
the
does
Moth
look
tribe
moth-like.
basked. So she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these dream-catcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles. However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back to the Moth tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the Moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely, in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light.
What? Hi. Shorts?
Yeah.
I'm just watching a video. Oh, it's a little scary.
What kind of game is it?
It's from Hollow Knight.
Is that the game where we just bought the game on
It
my
is.
old Switch?
It is. The video I'm watching has some bad words in it, sweetie. It's some bad words, okay? I can't have you hear it. Bad words, but you can give me a hug.
I don't know what kind of game
It is Hollow Knight. This is talking about the story of the game.
can I just show you the game? Can I show you?
Show me? No, I can't get up, baby. I'm here right now. Are you saying goodnight or what?
Are you going to bed with me?
I wish I could, sweetie. I gotta stream, okay? Okay. I love you. Go to bed. Ripley. Go to bed, sweetie. Good night. Sorry, chat. It's not a swear jar anymore, it's a swear barrel.
So yeah, moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking
Glad I
her,
didn't
the Radiance
unpause.
became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In wilds beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Moths the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects and granted them higher thought.
The Pale King gave his inhabitants intelligence. He gave the bugs intelligence.
To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes.
You gave a perfectly fine bug anxiety. Look at it!
And finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for
I
all
didn't realize that it's like the lake above that's providing the water.
this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics.
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ, the old blood. It's just I'm not doubting them saying that there was any influence or perspective that came from Souls games or even Bloodborne. I don't doubt them. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. It just writes itself, I guess.
The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever used this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady...
This thing gave me, like, mega Ebredius vibes. Like, this creature just in general, you don't fight her like you do Ebredius, but it definitely gave me, like, this reminds me of Ebredius, you know?
Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady.
Good. That's awesome.
One thing we do know is that she likes to breed.
Oh.
Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled.
See, that's also a crazy coincidence. Because the formless one in Bloodborne, Erden, his whole point is to breed. Like, he makes women pregnant and shit like that. Like, formless Erden, the lady has a miscarriage of a baby great one type of stuff in the game. Like, it's crazy, the similarities, dude. It's just crazy.
Controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless dual-band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U
I like this joke.
AX6000 dual-band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router.
Okay, this was his best joke yet. I will give it to this was his best joke yet.
Under the Pale King, Hallownest underwent
I get it.
a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods.
Yeah, because now you have bugs that have sentience and are smart and shit. So they're gonna start like making stuff. Like, the true development begins.
The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deepnest. And then a third tram was started in Deepnest and attempted to go further into Deepnest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy. I'm not gonna question him.
Shown here being dead. Yeah, that's actually a great question. Like, what eventually happens to kill the Pale King? I don't know where that story eventually goes. Like, he has like the Hollow Knight, right? Like his precious Hollow Knight, the one chosen. And, you know, the Hollow Knight like defends everybody and holds things back. He'll talk about it. I'll shut up.
But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deepnest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deepnest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
I can't tell if this is a joke or not. This is not made up, this is in-game. Oh.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure
It's
is the
not a
Crystal
joke.
Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do.
In terms of military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hegemol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma.
Yo, you beat it. Thanks for
being
the
so
tier 3, dude.
important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Olgrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Olgrim expressed a great amount of
And
loyalty
Nipkiss, thanks,
towards
dude.
the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagemol was known for his sense of
Did
humor
somebody
and his
translate the
soft-spoken
language?
voice. But at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Emir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's
Yeah,
from.
somebody said to dream nail that, and I was like, dream nail what? And I did it, and it worked, and I was like, huh?
Or what her powers were. The 5 Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Black Worm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the
It's cool that he's
Colosseum was
dead.
constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the Flukes. The Flukes spawned from the Fluke Marm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier Flukes live. There really isn't too much lore involved with the Flukes, but I do need to point out that the Fluke Marm is canonically a MILF. Like, that's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing. And so this was the kingdom of Hallownest at its height. Hallownest was a vast kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Hallownest mourned their dead on the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As a suspiciously knowledgeable hunter points out in his journal,
That thing's crazy
the Pale
looking.
King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Hallownest did not hunt for their own food, and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Hallownest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plumb from excess wealth. The bugs living in Hallownest Prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Hallownest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Hallownest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Hallownest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Hallownest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world,
This is the void.
the land of Hallownest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Hallownest history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul totems and arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void.
What is this in Dark Souls 1, chat? It has a name. It's in the DLC. It's the thing that fucks up Artorias, the Abyss. Yeah. And then you fight a very Bloodborne-like boss fight at the bottom. I can't remember what the hell the name of it is, but it's called the Abyss. Yeah, Manus, thank you.
This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Hallownest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Hallownest, the Pale King had made an enemy, an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiance alive. At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Hallownest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiance, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiance. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiance alive. The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels.
Gotcha. So the Radiance and its presence, its looming presence, starts infecting everybody. And it's like the infection allows the Radiance to like control things like directly. Gotcha.
Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiance's light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed.
That makes sense.
As the infection spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The Stagways were also shut down at some point.
Old Yarnum, you know?
And many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader...
Okay, yeah, so the scholars using soul to like turn them into weapons and stuff like that is once again way too fucking coincidental, because that is what the School of Mensis does with eyes. The eyes, like literal insight, eyes on the inside, like that's the whole point of them. That's why they collected eyes, and they thought eyes were a connection to a deeper knowledge and understanding, you know?
The Soul Master was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could. The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zemir, one of the 5 Great Knights, but the Mantises rejected their union because of Zemir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake.
That's right, it's literally called the Abyss.
Void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed Void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These Void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's molds. But the point is, the Pale King turned to the Void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it.
System, thank you.
A pure vessel would be a creature made of Void, designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the Void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These two higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the abyss. There, the Void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with the Void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something? I'm not sure if that's how that works, but whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE anymore.
His humor is so Plinkett. It's so Plinkett inspired, dude.
Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well.
If you make it through the path of pain, you are the Hollow Knight.
How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the abyss appears to support this theory. It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation."
Yeah,
We
it's
shall
like whoever makes it to the top is the one that's worthy.
enter that place no longer. This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels?
Yeah, it makes it seem like the second one to emerge and actually make it was probably the player character. The player, like you think the main character, you're playing the Hollow Knight, but you're not. You learn that in the end. But your vessel, like the one that we're playing as, sort of just wanders and is like looking for the king or something like that. It's what it feels like. Because the beginning of the game, it's like, how did he get out of there? And how did he start roaming around? It's like, oh, yeah, he likely climbed his way out of there, was waiting for the king, and he just wasn't there. And now he's just searching for the king, you know?
All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the abyss. Now another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore. After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire.
So that's what that did.
Its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at least he was living with purpose. With the abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. The Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower. We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of 3 particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers.
Hey, who are these guys?
Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher, and Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most mysterious of the 3 Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope. Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lurien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector. The Collector is a void construct that appears to have been made from the same mold used to create the King's molds. But the Collector is unique because, well,
Good grief, he's naked!
The Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble bug who likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the Collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian Man. Eventually, the bug staying with the Collector decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love, and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the Collector is still spotted by the Hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the Hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long ass time. We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the Collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallownest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the Collector's obsession with grubs originated, and while Lurien does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was. Motomon the Teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon.
Never found the collector,
lower half
no.
of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community. The archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole are also filled with these strange Metroid knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Monomon in some way. They could be her live offspring, her test tube babies, or possibly even her shit. Motomon uses futuristic cathode ray tube things to store information about Hallownest. Several terminals in the teacher's archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the Radiance, indicating that Motomon had intimate knowledge of what she was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deepnest. Now, as I mentioned earlier,
Found her.
relations between Hallownest and Deepnest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a dreamer, in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's request is never elaborated on, but it appears as though the King of Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug,
Just trying to get a lore video, bro.
so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child because, unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the Abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain.
Jane Silksong.
And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurian's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body. Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu. On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan, involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's Den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deepnest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Hallownest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King sharing a moment. The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King, and who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything. Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Hallownest, as it once was, entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Hallownest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace, and his Pale Court in the Dream World. At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also
Joke? In like 2020? Damn. God damn.
weren't faring much better. Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric fuckton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within the Queen's gardens. She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels, but honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Drya stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Drya is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. I mean, we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150 wireless router pathetic. Speaking of great knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hagamol. Hagamol held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagamol's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got. But this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagamol's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogre moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing in shit as much as the next guy, but you'd have to really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights, so much so that he made shit statues of them. How nice. Ogrim acted as the defender of the Pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove. A section of the Royal Waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight.
I'm holding on, Chad. No, I'm keeping with the lore, okay? I'm holding on.
Happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Hallownest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, fortunately this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Hallownest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For a stealthy
this is also real.
We're a riotous bunch when we get together, and Minderberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Green Path also underwent some changes during this time. The Mothskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mothskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mothskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mothskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the Seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the Seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the Wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice.
Nobody
or
gives
even
a
care.
shit.
The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within.
Right.
But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath, and several trapped in Nosk's lair in Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair.
Oh yeah.
At some point,
So like several of them got out is what they're saying. It wasn't just you. Like many of them made it out of the Abyss.
all entrances to Hallownest were closed off, with the old well-endured mouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seemed content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hallownest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because, hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to
DLC
Hallownest
stuff, yeah.
are the God Seekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers looked to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God Seekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods.
What?
Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King
Dude,
and find their way to Hallownest.
I totally missed this shit.
When they arrived, however, the God Seeker was forced into hibernation.
Except that one.
She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the God Seeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the God Seeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the Waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hallownest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed and the Radiance unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hallownest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea. As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the Stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game. But this stasis over Hallownest wasn't going to last forever. At some point, the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life with the amplified power of the infection. This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything. This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallownest. His memory of Motomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hallownest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallownest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallownest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallownest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiance within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this cliff, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins. Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallownest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell. But to be honest, I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead. And there you go. That's the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character.
There you go. It's like some of the character sort of like bosses and stuff don't go that deep. You can't make a Prepare to Cry series, over the some of these. They're a little straightforward.
The game with a visible asshole. Now, did you really need me to explain that to you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story. The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow Knight. Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience, due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hallownest. This could be referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hallownest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hallownest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge. At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings, because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video.
I'm down to see these. I only saw 2. I saw the neutral ending and quote-unquote the good ending, I think?
As they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world. Now, to get the easiest ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the Knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the 3 dreamers will appear and cast the Knight into the Dream Realm. There, Seer will come to the Knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail, a special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the dream
I just have to look up and giggle, There's a dream world. All right.
Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg. Inside the egg, the Knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over it. Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Coral style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her own attacks. Once defeated, the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the place. The knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight.
We got this one.
In this ending, the knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hallownest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or will the Radiance still manage to break free one day? Before we answer this question, let's look at some of the other events that can transpire while playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the knight one last time as a final test of strength. After her defeat, Hornet allows the knight to access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched. By interacting with this egg, the knight's shell is marked with the king's brand, technically making the knight the new ruler of Hallownest. With the king's brand, the knight can now open the entrance to the abyss and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the abyss, the knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually two outcomes the knight can enact. She tells the knight that it can either prolong Hallownest stasis or face the heart of the kingdom's infection. Within the knight, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the knight. After visiting the abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's Gardens. The White Lady tells the knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King's Soul, which she claims will give the knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the Radiance successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're going to have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're going to need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm. She also thinks that Drya is still alive, which, so
right
maybe
outside.
The White Lady is just senile. My problem
Good. These are good jokes. When the jokes are kept in world, they're pretty good. You know.
That theory is that the White Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the knight sought her aid, which would imply that the knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the knight is still capable of containing the Radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map, or open a goddamn bank account. In short, this whole concept of being hollow is so abstract and hard to define. I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the knight is or isn't truly hollow, and I think the game leaves room open for other interpretations. Of course, the White Lady's gift is useless without the other half of the King's Soul. In order to reach it, however, the knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a King's Mold. In order to bypass the seal, the knight must use a fully awakened Dream Nail. It can do this by bringing 1800 essence to the Seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade. If the knight does this, the Seer remarks that the knight truly is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There's no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiance. The Seer seems to know that the knight might kill the Radiance, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken Dreamnail in hand, the knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King's Soul charm. When equipped, the King's Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm, and the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm will get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King's Soul charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings. To me, this implies that the King's Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings. With the King's Soul in their inventory, the knight now gains access to an area in the abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the knight can find a giant egg. Dreamnailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. From viewing that memory, the King's Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event allows the knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the knight has the Void Heart, the shades in the abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades. In other words, the knight has now bound the once fragmented void under its own will, allowing it to control the void in a powerful new way. With the union of the void, the Pale King, and the White Lady, the knight has gained a strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg, offering to help the knight should the opportunity arise.
Right, that's what we did.
Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny. Or it can just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the knight finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too, and her face appears on the door of the Black Egg. It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallownest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the knight ever start leaking infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right? Generally, people consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one ending as being the true ending.
Weird.
Each ending is canonical in its own right, and honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the knight and Hornet will get to spend some quality time together. If the knight does dreamnail the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena where it can finally fight the Radiance head-on.
Yeah.
But the knight isn't alone, as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order to help corner the Radiance. Eventually the Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed into the darkness. The Black Egg then appears to turn to shadows and the Void seeps down into the ground. Hornet awakens to find the knight's broken shell lying on the floor. We get one final shot of the shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance is gone, and Hallownest is finally free from her infection.
Yeah, okay.
Now I think it's fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up, and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow, vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the King's Brand, the only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the King's Brand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the King's Brand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way? I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions.
Probably left in the air.
God forbid I answer anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate as to whether or not the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King, knew that they could defeat the Radiance by creating a Lord of Shades like the Knight.
This one's definitely like super cinematic ending, right? It's got like all this special stuff that happens. It has an extra boss fight. This one really comes across as the pale moon presence, like the moon presence ending at the end of Bloodborne.
Regardless, the next two endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last 2 endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The Godseekers basically hijack everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game.
What?
That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing Bowser. But on the other hand, the Godmaster Endings basically reinforce that Hallownest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real, because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the knight finds the Godseeker in the junk pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat.
This definitely sounds like DLC shit, you know?
This allows them to ascend their minds higher, and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hallownest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a pretty convoluted little religious practice they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallownest, as we're about to see. As the night makes it further and further through the 4 pantheons, the Godseekers get closer and closer to making contact with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the 4th pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call. It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Hallownest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final pantheon, the knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance, a stronger, more enhanced version of the game's final boss.
Oh joy.
Finally, the stage is set. After roughly 40 minutes of intense agony and tedious boss battles, the knight has finally reached the ultimate
57 bosses in a row? Shut up. No, that's crazy.
enemy responsible for the destruction of Hallownest. Truly, this will be a
Not a
battle for the
joke?
ages.
Wow.
But first, let's check in on our old pal Menderbug. As it turns out, he's still alive when the knight arrives in Hallownest, and he's still fulfilling his duty after all this time.
Tell me that's bound to a trophy. Tell me if you want 100% this game, you have to do that, and you have to do the Path of Pain. It is. Oh, Jesus. Man, and I thought the Rebirth trophies were hard. Holy fuck, dude. And I thought the Rebirth trophies were sending people through the roof.
Let's take one last look at his diary.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke my favorite sign.
This is
right
funny.
there at the top of the crossroads. Keeps happening too. But you know, I just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers, so it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads.
I think I killed that guy. I think I was just running by and I smacked him and he died. My bad.
It's comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss.
You guys will have to go back in the playthrough and find the moment where I just casually blast the Menderbug and go on my merry way.
Before we sent him hurtling into the infinite chasm that is Oblivion. Well, anyways. The alternate fight between the Knight and the Radiance plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiance, the Knight seems to transform into this monstrosity. Now this creature goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill. Bill proceeds to completely annihilate the Radiance in spectacular fashion. We are then treated to the Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker starts to get pulled into Bill by Void tendrils. We then cut to the Godseeker in the junk pit. Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world. which is probably a bad thing? Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene, we can see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Hallownest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Hallownest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even more strange about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related to this ending at all, but that's a whole different shit show. Obviously, the biggest mystery surrounding this ending is the appearance of Bill.
Yeah, so that I see there being points of contention from the audience because there has been such a large amount of fan theorizing and debate over the past 7 years of this stuff that the likelihood of Silksong and what it is establishing as a story is probably not going to hit for everybody, you know, because we don't know, dude. It's probably just not going to hit for everyone. And that's just the nature. It's been too much time where it's like a Kingdom Hearts sequel, dude, where people practically created like their own stories and theories and stuff because there was such a void in between, no pun intended, where they had to fill that void of like hoping for new thing with just complete other theories and ideas and videos and fan fiction and all this kind of stuff. It's like the problem with the Kingdom Hearts fandom is that they effectively eat themselves from the inside out because they have to wait so long for anything that they're just losing it, man. That poor community. So it's like, yeah, 5 to 7 years is a long time. It's a long time, dude. And because of that, it will affect people. And it's like almost like if you stayed a fan that entire time, the more lost you will be. Right? That's like kind of dude, if I had to wait like that long in between fucking Final Fantasy VII remake follow-ups and shit, my ass would be cooked. It would be a nightmare, dude. I would almost just have to lose interest in the game over time, you know? Brain would be fried.
Did this creature exist in the void already? Or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the Godseekers? Did the Knight turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the Knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation. We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worshipped took the form of something more sinister. There is one thing we know about
Are you already like that for Bloodborne? Yeah. No, I think Bloodborne fandom is definitely there. That's a good question. I think Bloodborne fandom is definitely there. It's almost like relaxing a bit because we've gone 10 years. It's been actually 10 fucking years, dude. So for us, it's like even longer. And to me, I think the peak of my like interest where it was just so long in my mindscape probably ended around, you know, probably like 5 years later. Now it's just like, I don't really think about it very much, you know? I don't really think about it too much at all, but I know a lot of people still do. But most things in that game have been like discovered. Most people are like, I don't know. I feel like nowadays, you bring it up every stream? No, I don't. That's not true.
This monster, though, it's weak to flowers.
I ate a umbilical cord on stream one time. I literally consumed it. I like ate it. So I'm good, dude.
Yes, these things. As it turns out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something. They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker, however, is dumb enough to accept a flower from the night. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air. The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top-tier gods. As of right now, we are only aware of two, the Pale King and the White Lady, but the fact that Zamir brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallownest.
The blood rocks.
Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other
Why would
pale
I eat it though? Damn it, chat! I've been doing this shit for so long that I have to educate you guys on history. Why would I eat it though? Damn it, chat! So I have to give you guys context and history, videos, clips. Man, how would I even look this up? I got it. Content, clips, clips of my channel. Bloodborne. By category. There we go. Bloodborne. Only 4,000 clips. Okay. Filter. Hold up. Sort by views high. Okay. Found it. Thanks, Leon, for this. Copy link. Paste link. Thank you, honey.
You're welcome. Sorry.
It is pretty good.
Your lips are black and your fingers.
What? What did you do? What's wrong with my lips? Why? What is this? What? Jessica! What have you done? You put food dye in there? What did she do? Jessica made. I was doing like some sort of crazy ass Bloodborne playthrough, and JJ made, like literally created, a meat item with like barbecue sauce. It just tasted like, you know, like a meat pie. Was it during the lore playthrough? Something like that. The lore run was in the previous house. This is something else, dude. You can watch the full video right here. Thank you, honey. Halloween Bloodborne. It is pretty good.
Your lips are black and your fingers.
I'm jing already. Yeah, right? Exclamation point, poisoned, exclamation point. Yeah. Anyway. That's the lore, okay? Oh, not an actual umbilical cord. Excuse me. That was an umbilical cord of a great one. You eat 3 of them. And, excuse me. Normal shit, okay?
Being. And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general, the Godmaster Endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to connect these events on the surface, so we are in a bit of a bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's definitely a lot more to consider about what the Pale Beings are and what properties they possess. And we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how bugs have interacted with it in the past.
Yeah, it's pretty enigmatic. Like it's the same thing with the Great Ones in Bloodborne, where you really got to dig deep of like what their intentions are, why they do what they do, why they act the way they do. There's eventually some information that'll give you an idea that like they yearn for children, all that kind of stuff. But it's left intentionally obtuse. These elements cannot have like descriptions of everything because it loses eventually in any of these games where you are discovering the story like it's a game, like literally the discovery of plot points and history is actually like a game. Like it takes just as much effort to do that shit as it does to play the game itself from its crit path completion to end. So when you have these parts of it that are just like finite, the end, what happens? Well, that's the end. Period. There's nothing more. So if you want to keep your world interesting, you leave a lot of points specifically open-ended. You leave a lot of like little bits, and the same thing exactly happens in Bloodborne. There are several things that are directly up to interpretation at the end, you know? Storytelling as a gameplay mechanic, exactly. Blessed Miyazaki.
It almost feels like we're looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallownest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff? But of course, that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world. Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside? Ugh. And so this video comes to an end. Now I know the average attention span of a YouTube viewer is 9 minutes, so let me leave you with a few takeaways. 1. Hollow Knight is a game about bugs. I know this may come as a shock, but it's true. Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention. You'll notice right away, I promise. 2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after all. I mean, this is obviously just my interpretation of the game's lore. Other people might have different views on the subject of murdering babies, and every opinion is valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything. 3. Menderbug is fucking dead. 4. Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
It was actually a good video. It was actually good. Yeah, I get it. Some of the jokes, like 1/10 of the jokes land, but the ones that if that's what everyone's going to talk about, 1/10 of the jokes land. But the ones that land are pretty funny, and I dig them when it is kept in world humor related to the humor of things in that world. But realistically speaking, it's a very good compilation of like the totality of the game, of like the history of all of the factions, all of the different like tribes and everything that are sort of in the game, and what the direct conflict of the game itself is, you know? Because bro, like it really feels like the way they set up this story, and they were creating this in the background of like of all these different elements and histories that build up. It's done in the exact same way that FromSoft makes their story, you know, where they just have like a central plot point. This is what happens, and now we have to have like all of these characters and all of these factions around it. How do they connect? When do they take place? Where do they take place? Like all that kind of stuff. Events take place that change history, and then it's about the game. It's about the player figuring out that history as the game goes along. I think it's genuinely fascinating, and it's the exact same thing that a lot of Elden Ring fans got to discover in Elden Ring, which is why people love the lore of that game. I didn't particularly love it, but dude, people love the lore of Elden Ring because that was the game where they discovered that, where it's like, oh man, like we were able to not fully comprehend but understand the story through just a little bit of digging at the end. And then when you go back with perspective, everything changes, and everything sort of is there for a purpose and a reason. Hollow Knight feels like it is one of those games. Everything is in a specific spot and a specific reason, and it is there to complement the story and to push the plot forward. It's not just fuck all. Here's some bugs. Here's some weird bugs. Here's some smart bugs. You know, it seems like that when you're playing through it, when you're just like absorbing it, but the perspective is everything, dude, and that feels amazing. It feels so cool to go back and think about what you played and how like, oh, that meant that. Cool. cool, you know? I want to watch the Silksong trailer with some perspective now. I do. I want to watch the Silksong trailer. They say that they hadn't even interacted with Dark Souls until late into development. That's an amazing amount of overlap. It's so much, dude. Like, and it's not even like it's not even just Bloodborne. Like Dark Souls 1, and there's so much Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne in the game that it's insane. Like, it's absolutely insane. I don't doubt them. I don't doubt them. But I think that they probably had a story building process and I would say inspiration that were likely very similar to the exact same process and inspiration that Miyazaki and FromSoft use when they are creating their stories and games, you know? That makes a lot of sense if they just sort of like approached it in a similar fashion. The Kickstarter for Hollow Knight was late 2014. Right, exactly. Like, the game doesn't eventually launch until, what, 2017? So it's a couple years after Bloodborne, like that kind of thing. It's a couple years after Bloodborne, and it's what, several years after Dark Souls, something like that. Like many years after Dark Souls. So I don't doubt them. It just seems like their process of doing this shit was probably pretty similar, dude. Anyway, let me watch this. I never really paid attention to this. It's playing in the background. It's weird when you just hover a video on YouTube, it counts it. Does that count as a view? If I'm just sitting here and like this is right here playing, I think YouTube counts that as a fucking view. That's so bullshit. It's such bull. That's dead internet theory type shit right there, man. That you're counting that as me viewing the video. That's so dumb. Because you're not. Like, I'm not. I'm just previewing. I'm not. and then it's like, hey, you love that kind of video, right? Yeah, I should probably disable that. That'd be smart. Because it's counting that as engagement. I'm like, no, it's not. This is 6 years ago. This is pre-pandemic, bro. So it's a completely different kingdom. It's not like Hallownest. Oh wow, mobility like crazy. Because all things considered, the craziest part about Hollow Knight's mobility is that you get 3 aerial actions. Like you get, in one jump, you can do jump, double jump, and dash, right? So it's a lot. That's a lot of aerial actions. And if you collide with something else, you're actually refreshed of those aerial actions after like Pogo. So that is pretty crazy. Like that's a decent amount of cool aerial mobility. Now you get a character that's hyper focused on aerial mobility. Holy crap, dude. It's going to be like a ballet. It's going to be insane. So wait a minute, I have a question. Was Silksong also a part of their Kickstarter? Was this like pretty much their commitment to it? And then was it going to be a DLC and not initially a sequel? They expanded it. Gotcha. So it went through an Ori. It went through an Ori / Cuphead situation. I don't think it got a publisher to step in and be like, here's a bunch of money. Like Microsoft stepped in for Ori and Cuphead and was like, here's a bunch of money to turn it into a full game. Because those games were like short. And then MS was like, hey, here's a bunch of cash. But they pretty much earned a whole bunch of money from sales. And then kind of spent a lot of time probably turning it into a big game. You know? It took a lot of the cash that they made from literal sales. But Microsoft probably tried. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of publishers also probably tried. I'm just making assumptions. But, you know. It's cool. Damn, a lot more color in the backgrounds, that's for sure. Jesus. Cool. And it's crazy to see how much of the game is fleshed out just from this trailer alone. And this is so long ago. Because to be real, like the new trailer I saw during that direct or whatever the hell it was it at Jeff's thing? No, it was just released. Doesn't look that much different from this. It really doesn't. This will be more like Soden. I'd be surprised. The first one's obviously very Super Metroid-y, but the to me, what is the thing that makes Soden special outside of it being Castlevania? Builds, weapons, a shit ton of weapons, like a ton of different like weird build things you can do. You get obviously like the crests / accessories in this that combine that do give you some different things you can do. But like your basic attack in Soden changes dramatically based on what weapon you use, right? And all the different little things in between, like a dagger to a big sword to a mace to a wand, like all the there's like so much shit, dude. So I don't know if that's going to be changing in this that much. But that to me, that's what I think of when I think of Soden. Is that I can play this like a billion different ways. That's like, in my opinion, one of the game's greatest achievements is that you can play it a billion different ways. I would just be surprised if this was that way, because it looks like the combat of this game as well as Hollow Knight is so focused around the nail, right? It is so focused around you attacking with this thing, and the whole game is like built around that. Cool. 2022 Xbox trailer? There was a 2022 trailer? Fuck. Man, you guys have been tortured. You guys are almost as tortured as I was after PlayStation Experience 2015 PlayStation Experience, and then they showed Remake for the second time like within 6 months, and it was like, no way. They were like, here's one trailer, here's another trailer, and it was like, bro, what, how far out is this game out, what's going on? And then complete silence for 4 years. Not as, yeah, well, the problem with the FF7 fandom is that Square Enix was torturing us with this shit from the early 2000s with the PlayStation 3 demo, right? Because even people in the PS2 era were saying that they should remake FF7, and then the tech demo happened. So to be completely honest, like the FF7 shit was sort of being teased and flaunted for like 15 years, like that kind of shit. Anyway. Still, there's a reason why we were so excited for Remake and all that kind of stuff, and still are. But yeah, man, like we later found out that, oh, the game went through development hell sometime around like 2016, 2017. They just dumped the entire thing entirely. And then Square decided to make FF7 in-house somewhere around early 2017. So it took them 2 years to make FF7 Remake, which is like, damn. And then it came out in early 2020. I don't think this game has any of that. I think that it's already been said from several reporters and stuff that talked to Team Cherry. They're like, we've just been taking our time. We're just like adding a bunch of stuff and taking our time. Chat, this is the nature of artistic endeavors when you are not under a deadline. Like, this is just the way it works, dude. When you're under a publisher, you have a deadline. You have to produce this thing. This has to come out by this time. We gave you this money and you need to produce this. You might inherently think, oh yeah, like deadlines are actually unhealthy for the artistic process and all that kind of stuff. And you would, yes, intrinsically, you would be like, yeah, that's a detriment towards the creators and their ability to create and all that kind of stuff. Not exactly true. The term art from adversity is 100% a real thing. And I have found in even situations with myself and the deadlines therein are usually the situations where I was able to produce my best work and other people sometimes produce their best work. Sometimes it helps. I'm not saying it's a blanket situation. Everyone should feel pressured all the time. But usually when it comes to a lot of these like moments, the constraint, the limitations of what you're dealing with at times can produce a better product, can produce a better, artistic piece. So yeah, sometimes if you just dwell on something for too long, you guys know all this. You guys have ever had an idea for something and you just want to do it, and then you're just taking your sweet time for it, and then time goes on and your idea for it changes and it's what you want to do something different, and then like the idea creep kicks in, and it's because there's no deadline. You did not put a deadline on yourself. That shit is never coming out. That shit is never, you're never going to finish that shit, man. It's a feature creep thing that also happens in the industry from an executive level, but there's also a thing in your head that you'll do where there's a procrastination of like, oh, I really want to finish that, but I know all this other stuff now. I would prefer to, I'm going to do it a different way. I'll come back to it, then I'll do it a different way. And then something else happens, like that shit happens all the time to creative people, dude. It's bullshit until you eventually are like, I'm just fucking doing it. I'm just doing it. I just have to do it right now and make it a thing, or else it's never going to be a thing. You have to get pissed off at yourself, Yeah, the focus is sometimes needed. I'm not saying that it means that this product will be worse. I'm just saying that's likely what happened. They're likely in a situation where they did not have the constraint of a specific limiter, like a lock. And they likely turned this into a much bigger game as a result, like a much bigger game. And I'm sure here's the thing. I'm sure they've always internally had a deadline where like, we want to hit this. We want this to come out by this day, And they definitely were feeling pressure from fans, all that kind of stuff, for sure. But like that fan pressure was like a building. It feels like the fan pressure of Silksong really came to a head this year. And it was like earlier this year, I was including, I didn't know dick about Hollow Knight, but I was even including Silksong on gift sub bets at Xbox shows and shit like that. And it had been several years. The clown makeup for Silksong, that stuff was happening, So it felt like the fandom was almost like swelling to a point where it was like becoming an actual meme even before it was announced and teased at the Xbox event that it was earlier this year. So anyway, if they don't have social media, I'm not saying that is having an effect on development. I'm saying from an outsider's perspective that didn't know dick about any of this stuff or the early part of this year. Yeah, dude, it definitely felt like Hollow Knight fans are ready for this shit. Like they are ready. We are ready. This is it. It's got to be happening now more than ever before. Like a Half-Life 3 situation type of shit, And it happened. I'm not saying that manipulated Team Cherry to produce the game faster or anything like that, but I do think that there was probably an internal deadline that they had for themselves. And they're like, how big are we eventually going to make this shit, So this is 3 years later. So everyone is probably, what the hell? You can throw like nails. Yeah, you have throwable items. Whoa. 3-year gap between each trailer. Cool. I like the thing that Aaron Black throws on the ground, caltrops. Damn, I'd imagine by the time this trailer came out, you guys were like, this shit's coming out this year. Again, a very similar trailer to the first one, you know? Xbox account literally said it would. That very much reminds me of the Cuphead situation, bro. Like, we were playing Cuphead at E3, and that, like, at E3 2017 or some shit. Way before that, actually. Like, actually, no, Cuphead came out in, like, 2017. We were playing it, like, 3 or 4 years before that, but it was, like, a few levels. It was a very small game, and then that game just vanished. And it was like, where'd that Cuphead game, though? And it's like, they likely got a whole bunch of money from Microsoft, and they're making it an actual game, like an actual big game, you know? Cuphead was very much that way. Uh, 6 years ago, 7 days ago. Team Cherry was okay with Microsoft announcement because they also thought they would be done within a year. Shit happens, man. Yeah, Cuphead was a boss rush game. Cuphead was the initial playable of just as a comparison. When I say they made it into a full game, I don't remember there being levels in Cuphead. Like, it was a 2-player Contra-like, but it was just the bosses. So you would fight like 2 or 3 bosses at E3, like 2014, 15. I don't fucking know. It was so long ago. And then that was it. And it's like, we'll see you later, like in a year. And it's like, oh, cool. And then they got a bunch of money, and they literally got levels, like like a world map, like levels, like all this big stuff. It did not have that much expansion. It was like, holy shit, this is an actual full game now. It was kind of like a tiny little XBLA goofy game. And then all the positive word of mouth happened, and they were like, oh shit. It looks like they're using 4K assets. Yeah. This is an Mega HD trailer. It looks like their asset creation is much higher resolution now. I mean, it makes sense, bro. Like, this ended up being the Super Metroid of modern times, with an even bigger fandom than Metroid games. My dude, like 50,000 people were playing Hollow Knight on Steam the other day. Jesus, dude. Active concurrent users, like, it had the most people ever playing it ever, like, a few days ago. They give a personal score. It's a 10 out of 10. I think, again, I'm not the most diehard Metroidvania kind of guy. I really enjoy them, but I think this is likely one of the best games ever made. I think I genuinely feel that way. There are things about it that don't make it a personal, like, best game ever made for me, just because of the exploration aspect of it and the backtracking, but some people really enjoy that. But I feel that, like, I think this might go down as, like, in many people's consideration, the Metroidvania game, eclipsing even Metroid and Castlevania games. While being like an original IP, it has a lot of value because it is original and is something that they created under the sort of design blanket of those old games. So it's like, because of that, I think it's like sort of eclipsed the fandom of Castlevania and like Metroid. And it kind of has, dude. It kind of, like, Castlevania games didn't sell that much. Metroid games don't sell that much, like, at all. And this is just from, like, an outsider's perspective, seeing how, like, the fandom exists, you know? Like, I really think it's, like, probably one of the best games ever made. It's big, dude. Yeah, I like Metroid Dread. I think there's parts of Metroid Dread I liked more than I liked in Hollow Knight. Like, I like the combat in Metroid Dread a lot more. But the world building and the the map, the story. Oh, dude, that is so much better in this game. Holy shit, man. There are some things I liked more in Metroid Dread, and I will say, personally speaking, I like more in Metroid Dread than even the original Super Metroid. But I'm a weirdo. I'm playing Metroidvanias for the first time, like, recently. So I'm getting, like, my own fresh perspective on this shit. And yeah, like, Hollow Knight does everything almost perfectly. Like, every aspect of the game is executed almost perfectly. So it's really hard to look at the game with any negatives. Like, it really is. There's some personal negatives I would give because of the backtracking and, you know, the navigation and all that kind of stuff. Getting into areas and having to, like, find a map is brutal when you don't know where the fuck to go and you're constantly getting sidetracked and shit. I didn't love that aspect, but that's a personal thing. It's not a bad thing. The map finding is also kind of fun at times. So anyway, all I'm saying is that I think the game is fucking, like, practically flawless. You know, there's even things in Bloodborne I could criticize that are not the best. And if there was like a remaster of Bloodborne, that shit needs to be fixed. Like, straight up. I don't know if there's much in this game that in Hollow Knight 1 that really needed to be fixed. Like, it's nearly a fucking flawless game. I think it might be one of the best games ever made. It's also video gamey as fuck. It also is, like, harkening back to a classic era of gaming, you know? Like, I think I naturally give it more points for that it doesn't have any of the modern, like, video gamey sort of, like, tropes and marketing and sales and monetization that modern games sort of have. It sort of brings you back to, like, an almost SNES era of, like, games where it's just like, we just are gonna make this fucking great. We're just gonna make this really goddamn good. The stuff that you pretty much get from indie games now, you know, most of the time. It's like, it has, like, a level of purity to it that I naturally will give it better ratings. Damn, they put me in this game? That's crazy. The movement looks nuts. It just looks crazy. And all these trailers look the same, man. Like, this one obviously has higher fidelity than the previous trailers, and I think the visual art style of the game, but, like, the polish of the movement and the fighting and the enemies and all that kind of stuff looks so similar. They're all very similar trailers. They added more color and polish, basically. I definitely see the visual design changes over time. Yeah, from the older trailers to this one, I definitely see the visual design changes. Damn, bro. Yeah, this shit probably reviewed mad good. Probably reviewed really good. Do you think there could be a possibility that Silksong could go up against Expedition 33 for Game of the Year? Here is my take on that. I think Expedition 33 still takes it. You know why? Because there's a lot of other Metroidvanias, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of other games that Hollow Knight has been like over time. It's the new game aspect of Expedition 33. It's the newness and the execution of It's like, you know how Expedition 33 was, like, so unique in its execution, and it was like, god damn, this is crazy that a game could be this good and made by so few. This is crazy, this is so good. Hollow Knight was effectively that back in, like, 2017, you know? It was effectively that. The only reason I think Silksong might not inherently, like, elevate itself over everything in this space of, like, the Donkey Kongs, which are relatively new, and, you know, what's it called? The Expedition 33s and that kind of stuff. Is that it feels like it's Hollow Knight, but more, you know? It really feels like it's doing what a traditional sequel will do, and it's trying to give you more of that world that you enjoy and you love so much, which is great, which is entirely what the fandom wants. But the surprise factor of, like, Hollow Knight 1 being this absolutely fucking insurmountable, insane fucking like game that executed everything so well. Well, it did that, you know? It's kind of like a Hades, yeah, like a Hades to a Hades 2 situation. I haven't played Hades 2, but like you kind of know what you're getting into. I jumped into Hades having no clue, man, and Hades was like the jumping off point for several people into like roguelites, right? Hollow Knight was that for several people for Metroidvanias, where this effectively created a genre for a lot of people. It didn't create a genre, period, but for many people, Hades created roguelites in my head, and Hollow Knight created roguelites for like 10 to 15 million people or some shit like that, you know? It did it for everybody. So anyway, I think that aspect of it, the game's probably going to review super well and it's going to be amazing, but it's going to be pretty hard for it not to be like, you know, as surprising as the first game was, right? Baldur's Gate 3, same shit, where like BG3, and I didn't play it, but like the execution of that game and what it is was like almost impossible by many considerations, and then they just did it, and it's like, oh shit, whoa, it's really that good, whoa, this is crazy. Like, if they just made a Baldur's Gate 4 at this point, and when it was Baldur's Gate 3 but more, would that have the same like impact? And that's the thing you have to start thinking about when like goaty shit starts happening. It's one of the reasons why like God of War to God of War Ragnarok, you know, like that kind of comparison and situation. How is Expedition 33 bait when it actually was what it is? Are you talking to somebody else in the chat or me? No, Expedition 33 is not bait, dude. That game is the real fucking deal. That game is a modern, extremely well executed version of like a PS1 game. And that's like, it harkens back to a classic era of like RPGs. And not a lot of them have been that way, dude. I would argue PS1. I really would, because that shit was going by the wayside in PS2 in many ways. Final Fantasy had ditched that game design mostly in the PS2 era. FF10 was not that. FF12 was not that. 11 was clearly not that. It was mostly like it was like a modern day take on FF7, 8, and 9. So anyway, yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts to see a game executed that well and to have that much like passion and care and cool discoverability and all that kind of shit, you know? Biggest inspiration for like Zelda 2, Faxanadu, tribute to the old-timey feeling of the game. Yeah, you feel it. You definitely feel it. Do you think Ninja Gaiden 4, Silent Hill 2, Silent F, Metroid Prime 4 can still take it? I think they will be in contention. Ninja Gaiden 4 will be tough. Like, unfortunately, the only character action games that really get elevated that high historically have been kind of like Bayonetta 2 and maybe DMC 5. But they're so specific. It's like, unfortunately, character action games are really made for a specific kind of audience. So I don't think unless it's really goddamn crazy, it could be really goddamn crazy. I don't know if it's going to be put in the highest tier. Yeah, Nier Automata is a bit different too. That's a good point. Nier Automata is a sort of a mixture of RPG and character action game. Is it not? No, it's more character action game. Yeah, because that one was going for something a bit different, you know? That's a good point. It's so story focused. And to be real, like the combat in Nier did not really hit the same levels as traditional like platinum games of like the big executions of theirs. Nier Automata had good action, but it was sort of like streamlined so that people could enjoy the story. It was serviceable. Yeah, it was good. It was up there with like a Transformers Devastation, you know, where it's like, it's really good, but it doesn't match some of the other shit they've done. What am my expectations for Silksong is that it's going to be fun as shit, that I'm probably going to really enjoy playing it, but the initial shock value of how goddamn amazing this is remains with Hollow Knight 1, you know? It remains with Hollow Knight 1. I think that game is going to be an execution of more of their wonderful ideas in a variety of ways, but I don't know if it's going to, like, you know, I don't know if it's going to be as big as the first one. It'll be tough for it to be like as big as the first one. Yeah, I'll probably play Silksong after the Tokon beta. Yeah, It'll come out and I'd like to just give it a shot. I'd like to give it a shot. And I didn't have to wait, you know? Oh, they have more money this time, but we're seeing the game they're making, dude. Like, you can see with your eyes, like, what this game is. And this game really is an expansion of, visually, at least from what we're seeing in the trailers, unless they're really... Look at the map, bro. Like, look at the map. It's the Hollow Knight map design in many ways. It's very similar, dude. So, I mean, don't look at the map. It's a spoiler. But you get what I mean? Like, it definitely is coming across as a similar sort of thing. But they could have spent, chat, this game can suddenly, 18 hours into it, turns into a third-person character action game. And you just had no idea. It'd be crazy. Turns into a Doom-like. What the fuck? Like, it could do some wild, insane shit. We don't know. Is it going to do that most likely? No. Is it likely going to do that? Probably not. But that's the sort of like surprise thing that you have to start thinking of, where it's like, what's going to surprise the shit out of you? Is it going to have like another great story? And that's it. A reminder. It's the Killer Instinct problem. Whatever follow-up there is to fucking KI 2013, if there ever is one, chat, is going to have the biggest challenge ahead of it. Because the thing that like set it up to exist is so like considered best in class in so many ways that whatever eventually follows up will be held in comparison to the first one. It's like, yeah, maybe I like this more in the first one, you know? Like, that's sort of the issue with a lot of these things. Like, it's going to be difficult for them to execute what effectively was, in many people's considerations, like perfection. Like, Hollow Knight 1 is just their favorite fucking game ever. It's perfection. Do I expect like a Bloodborne 2 or some dumb shit if that hopium eventually formulates into a reality? Do I think that Bloodborne 2 is gonna grab me the exact same way that Bloodborne 1 is? Fuck no, dude. I can already tell you, without that game existing, probably not. There's a very high probability that it will not. We're not getting a Dragon Ball FighterZ again because that game fulfilled a demand that you didn't even know you wanted. And when you don't know that you want something and you're giving it to you, it's 10 times better. It's like, it's insurmountably better than you just like waiting for thing. And I'm like, I'm waiting for thing. Here we go. If a game just comes out and it satiates a demand in you that you didn't even know that demand existed, it does so much for you, dude. It's like, fuck. Wow, this is great. Hi-Fi Rush, like that kind of shit. And I'm pretty sure like Hollow Knight is the game that was that. People didn't even know that they like Metroidvanias. People didn't even know that they were going to be into this shit. So. Anyway. Sarodon, thank you for the 10. I'm not talking shit about it. I'm just like, from my perspective of how I see things and how games are presented to us like over the years, it makes me realize like I'm really picky with the games that I play, and a lot of the stuff that I venture like this outside of my bubble, you know, to check out, I look at it from the perspective of like, why do people like this so much? I wasn't going to check out that fucking Horse Girl game, chat. I'm sorry. No matter how clickable it was, the fucking Horse Girl game was not going to be something that I was going to be jumping in and checking out. Y'all can just love it, all right? It was peak. I'm sure it was peak. But at least with Hollow Knight, there's something relatable there where it's like, okay, so I've played a few of these Metroidvanias. Let's see how good this one is. Why is this one so good? Why does my wife like it that much? Like, my wife doesn't even play these kind of games. Why does she like it that much? What about this game does it than the Horse Girl game? So that's the kind of thing that really fascinates me. I want to see what makes people love this shit in a way that it sells 15 million copies or some shit. That's actually genuinely fascinating to me to see, like, oh, can Rando that doesn't even play this shit fall in love with it? Actually, yeah, it's that fucking good. Actually, yeah, Hollow Knight is legit that good. It's probably an all-timer. I could probably emphatically say from my perspective, it's an all-timer. Lies of P did that too. Yeah, Lies of P was just like, the same thing with the DLC, bro. The DLC of Lies of P wasn't a crazy sort of like, oh, this is insane. It was just more Lies of P, which was great. That's great for people that got to discover how good Lies of P is as a Souls-like a genuinely, like, the execution of a Souls-like in that way had not really been done before. It was like, damn, bro. So, but yeah, what happened when Lies of P DLC happened? It was great. It was just as good, if not better, than the original game, but it was a lot more. It was just a lot more Lies of P. Nothing wrong with that. It's a Souls game, you know? You like the DLC more than the main story? I do too. It's the same thing with Bloodborne, man. It's the same thing with all the goddamn FromSoft DLCs. The DLC of Souls games usually ends up being better than the main game itself. Yo, El Cheese Dealer, thank you. Grifftech. Sarodon, thanks for the 10. Have you seen Honeybat's essay video on Bloodborne's feminine themes? It's fascinating to hear from such a different perspective. I haven't. Should check that out. Making Merry, thanks for the 777s. You should read that Bloomberg Jason Schreier article with us. It's heartwarming. I don't want to put any articles on stream anytime soon. Right now. Alfredo Jones, thanks for the bits. X Squire, thank you. CJ Styles, thank you. Appreciate it, dude. Mew Tuna. Frizacian, thank you. Play DHD Gaming, thanks for the 5 men. Now that you smashed on Hollow Knight and got your fill of bugs, would you be playing the Sonic Crossworlds beta? Oh, is that out? Is the Crossworlds beta out? Is that a thing? Shine on, thank you. So for some topical thing on that, chat, we reviewed a article that I think VGC put up, and it was about the Itsuno company, right? We gave them a bunch of shout outs and everything in the live stream, but for some reason they did not make it to the video directly. Not all of them did. So, and the video did not have the link to the article. Anyway, it blew up in my face, and I found out about it this morning. I was like, oh shit, what's going on? And apparently one of on our editing team, this is eventually my fault. They just did not get the citation that it should. And I usually am pretty good with that. Most of our videos are pretty good at tying back and saying, we got this from this, go check this out, you know? So anyway, apparently it's really, nowadays, it is a really bad thing to have, like, if you read through an article on a website, that is like written by a journalist, and my perspective is that it's coming from a news perspective. This is news, let's cover the news, but apparently it's extremely frowned upon, and I learned that. So I don't want to piss anybody off. I'll probably be avoiding articles like that just because, and I'm just going to like fill in the blanks and get a compendium of the news and situation. However, I will say from my perspective, as far as like reading articles and stuff like that and reporting, I will say 10 years ago, I ran into this before with a couple of other big, I'd say, like it was like GameSpot and IGN. I had the exact same thing happen because I had a pretty good relationship with those guys. I've done a whole bunch of like things for them for free and helped them out with fighting game stuff over the years, and a bunch of other publishers and journalists and journalists and all that kind of stuff. And I had asked about that in the past when I would be talking about stuff, and I tried to keep as much of the article out to get people to go look at it. The advice I got 10 years ago, and this is a lot different because these are big media corporations at the time, IGN and like GameSpot and shit. They told me that you should just pull up the article on stream because having the article and the name of the person in the video, like directly, and like you reviewing it is better because that helps people see the website and go to the website to get future news. So that was the advice that they gave me because I tried to keep that away back in the day. And yeah, that obviously is a lot different now because nowadays, you know, journalism and just journalism in general is harder to get clicks just overall. Yeah, like the GameSpot IGN aspect of it was that they just wanted the exposure in some way. So they were super cool. Like, yeah, you can pull up an article and do it. That's totally fine. So I felt that was effectively the culture, that was effectively okay. And now that's a lot different, where everything that is like games journalism requires you to go to a website, and ad block is a problem and all of that kind of shit. So, you know, that makes sense. I think it makes sense that the landscape has gone through a pretty big adjustment over the past few years that I was sort of approaching it like a news situation that I had, you know, been in relationships with these guys. That's the thing, man. It's like I know people from game trailers and still at all these publications, and I do tons of things for them to help them out, to get them to be known and all that kind of stuff. And one of them rubbed a publication the wrong way, and I get it, but now, trust me, I'm a little like, if there's something that comes from an article that is to be like written and stuff like that, I will approach it in a more tactful way, because it has to be done that way, you know? Nowadays, it has to be done that way. It's not the way I thought it was from back in the day. The advice I got was the exact opposite. So it is what it is. That information is still going to be available everywhere, but it'll have to be compiled in a compendium a bit different than what I was familiar with. So anyway, yeah, times have just changed. That's all it is. They literally boiled it down to, it was kind of a situation that like they're not making money because of like people like me, and I'm like, oh, I definitely don't want that to be the case. That is the last thing I want, is for the livelihood of these guys, for me to be feeling like I'm stealing from them in some way. That is the exact opposite of what I want. I don't want people to feel that way. Holy shit, man. So anyway, especially because I have so many friends in this industry that have been doing this for as long as they have, and all I want for them is to find success and stuff like that. I think the toughest part also is that games journalism and content creation are like literally this. They're literally like two linebackers on like an offensive line and a defensive line that are just going brr, 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 brr. And I get it, man, which is why you see so much which is why in like the journalism industry you see so many people like jettison journalism and become content creators, because it's like it's so much different, and everything in the landscape of like the delivery of information from experts, from journalists, from all this shit, from people like me and shit, have been completely adjusted over the years of where people go to get their information. You know what I mean? So I get it. It's kind of like in this space, there's definitely, especially in like the video game journalism aspect, there's definitely like a lot of talking heads like myself that like to come from a place of genuine information and understanding and experience that can educate people on why things are the way they are and why this is cool. But, you know, people are out there doing work, man. People are out there like going places and getting information and interviewing people, and all that work deserves to be credited in some way. So I just want to make sure that's done in a tactful way. Alfredo Jones, thanks for the bits, man. Cherry said in interviews they never felt any pressure. They were just having so much fun making shit that they lost track of time. Fair, right? That's fair. A speed run of Hollow Knight? Did you tell your wife you beat Radiance and she should too? Dude, Jessica did. JJ beat everything in the Coliseum. JJ got every single charm. JJ beat the Radiance boss. I was like, honey, you did this shit? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, wow. Holy hell. I was not aware, dude. She played the shit out of this game, man. I don't think she discovered the path of pain. She did not do that. She did not do that part. She saw the buzzsaw area, but she was like, I'm like, did you see the path of pain? She's like, she had no idea what that was, because that part is genuinely secret. I think she probably did something close to 100% playthrough. Like, no kidding. Like, she played this. She's never played a Metroidvania, bro. She played the shit out of this game. So, yeah, that was crazy, man. She found out about it after her playthrough. Didn't find it on hers. Yeah, because it's super hard to find. It's super hard to find. Is Ori a Metroidvania? Oh, yes. Yes. Ori 2 is more of a Hollow Knight-like than anything. Did I really stumble into it? I went into the wall and I was like, can I keep going? And I flew into it, yeah. Ori was a great game. That's true. Ori was a Metroidvania, so Jessica definitely had experience with it. Never mind. Yeah, Ori and Hollow Knight, I don't think were derivative or inspired by each other, except Ori 2 seems to be very Hollow Knight-ish. But those games in their execution are pretty similar. They're kind of somber, emotional, little melodramatic, like kind of Souls-likes, you know? They kind of go for something a little bit different. Ori's pretty tough too, yeah. Do I prefer Ori or Hollow Knight? I think Hollow Knight's a better game. But I love the visuals of Ori and the music, dude. Like, I think I like the music even more in Ori 1 and 2. That shit's crazy. That soundtrack, dude, Gareth's soundtrack and that shit, I really like the Hollow Knight soundtrack, but that shit is crazy. It's so good. Yeah, the atmosphere in Ori is really, I love them both. They're both similar in some executions, but not the same. Well, it'll be the next Metroidvania I try. To be real, probably, it'll probably be Metroid Other M. Probably will. I think I should probably play Metroid Other M for Halloween or something like that. I don't want to set up the expectations, but maybe. I'm sorry. Other M. It's Metroid Fusion. Sorry. It's Metroid Fusion. Oh, God. Metroid Fusion is the GBA one. See, I'm not that much of a Metroid weeb to know that Other M is the trash one. The baby. Yeah, Fusion. The scary one. So, yeah, that'll be fun. I have heard really good things about Fusion. And it'll probably be very fun. I've heard Zero Mission's good. Yeah, I would play it a bit later. But Fusion is like the horror game, you know? It's like that spooky ass horror game. Other M is not trash. I'm just coming from a perspective of when it came out. Nobody liked that shit, man. It's funny that it has fans now, but I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. But it's like trying to convince me that people actually liked Capcom Fighting Jam when it came out. And I'm like, no, maybe you did, but no, there was no like really feverish fandom for that shit when it came out. It was genuinely hated. People did not like this shit. So yeah, I'm pretty surprised to hear that Shinobi is a Metroidvania as well. The level design was pretty straightforward in the demo I played at Summer Games Fest. I was pretty surprised to hear that that Shinobi is also a Metroidvania. It both is and isn't. It's not a Metroidvania. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was like, it is level based. It is. I played a game that was level based, but it has some aspects. Weird. It's like, so it's something in between. It's like something in between. I get you. Boss Rage or Pantheon of the Gods? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, Sonic Crossworld's beta. Is that going live soon? I should probably download the Lost Soul Aside beta just to check it out. Just to see if I'm even interested. Ding. Let me download this demo. Really fast. Sonic beta is live. Oh, do you need to like pre-purchase the game to get access to the beta?
Today we settle.
Damn, that is a voice. Welcome to the playtest. Hey!
Today we settle.
Shut up! I played this at Summer Games Fest as well, and I enjoyed it. It actually, like, I heard a lot of people complaining in the first playtest about controls and stuff like that. It didn't feel that rough to me. It didn't feel that rough to me. Were you ever going to do a Metal Gear playthrough? I think I was. I wanted to until just too many things are coming out and the game is just Metal Gear 3 all over again, you know? That's not super exciting for me, but it's good. It looks like it's a very well made sort of like Shadow of the Colossus, almost Demon's Souls remaster, you know? It's just Metal Gear 3. Yeah, but I was never the biggest fan of Metal Gear 3. That's my issue. My favorite Metal Gear games are pretty much like 1, 4, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear 4, and like Revengeance, you know? I'm not a huge fan of 2. And I'm not a huge fan of 3. I think 3 is really good, but I didn't absolutely love it. 5 is the best playing. Yeah, for sure. Literally the opposite of you. I get it. Yeah, I get it. Metal Gear 3 is the favorite for most people. Ori 2 playthrough win. We did. If you want to look at, dude, if you want to look up our Ori 2 playthrough, I will show you. You go to my channel, you click on videos, right? And then you go to here, past broadcasts, and you type in Ori, and you see Ori Will of the Wisps. And you will get videos from 5 years ago of myself and me and Jessica playing through this for the very first time. These VODs remain up after all these years. So, too many steps. Shut the hell up. Yeah, first time ever playing Warzone's up there as well. This is right before the pandemic literally happens, bro. This is like days before the shutdown begins. I remember this Nintendo night. I remember. Like, it wasn't even that long ago. This is before...
I think you were just talking about, like, I don't actually want to play it again. I was going to...
Before I was a dad.
Which game you wanted? No, I thought it was like...
What the hell's wrong with my camera?
That's the game. Go much further, right? Yeah.
So much better at this now.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Item punch.
A giant, like, kind of like a yo.
Anyway. It's all here. It's all here. Y'all are very orange, I know. And I don't like it. Metal Gear Solid 2 Remake's gonna hit really hard. I think that'll do well. I think that'll do well if it does. But Metal Gear 2 is not the most... I don't know. Kind of curious. I didn't really get into Warzone nearly as much, man. I played it for like less than a month. Like several sessions within that month. I didn't play it that much. Yeah, I would like Metal Gear 4 on modern consoles. I would definitely like to see that. I agree. Metal Gear Solid 2, sorry. When I think of Metal Gear 2, I'm not thinking of the old ones. When am I going to play Wilds again? Not with all this shit happening, dude. That's pretty much it. There's just too much shit happening right now. And if you look, Konami remaking Metal Gear games without Kojima involved, I mean, it's a slippery slope. Gamer Cafe, thank you, dude. It's a slippery slope. I will say, like, the visual storytelling of Metal Gear 3, Metal Gear Solid 3, compared to, like, the visual storytelling of the old ones is pretty different, man. Like... And I get it. The old ones have like a green-gray filter. I get it. And this one like doesn't. But if you like hold up the screenshots from one to the next, it's like, geez. It very much looks like they took away some of the artistic integrity of the original. Is there an option? Is there a legacy filter as well? Okay, that's good. I just see the comparisons of one to the next, you know? That's good that it's optional. It feels like they really gave a shit. And that Metal Gear 3 remake, it feels like they actually really gave a shit. I'm definitely playing Tactics, bro. We're definitely playing Tactics when that comes out. Tic Tacs. Yo, Dan, what's up, dude? Mariano Phillip, King paid well. I'm gonna fire up one of these, chat. I'm gonna see what Lost Soul Aside plays like, and if it's gonna be a game that I want to play through, or I might want to check out the Sonic Crossroads thing really quick. So that's what I'm gonna play tonight. Just letting you know. Yeah, Night Rain hard mode. We talked about it. It looks mad fun, Krim. A completely different game. But Hollow Knight boss give me the most trouble? Something kin? Lost kin? It was like an end game boss, and we did it at like the beginning of the game. I did it in my first day of playing the game. And apparently he's like a much later game boss. He was fun. Took us like 40 minutes. It was very fun. That goddamn jellyfish. That was just annoying. We played a few Night Rain Everdarks, but not a ton. Do you think Konami's gonna remake Soden? How do they do that? Like, legit. What does a Soden remake look like to you guys? Like, no kidding. It's not a 3D game, right? I'm sorry, it's not a third-person game. So is it gonna look like 2.5D? Is it gonna look like Bloodstained? Like, not as good 2D in some way? Like Metroid Dread? I don't know if that will go over very well. I don't think it would, personally speaking. DuckTales style? Damn. That would be cool, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Hold up. Let me get this fired up, see how it goes. Does this run okay on PC? We're going to find out. Yo, Bahamut7, D Manticore, Online Persona, Turtle Hermit, The Super Saiyan Show. Kitsuna Nico, thank you for the bits, dude. How did you like the game? Hollow Knight? I loved it. I thought it was wonderful. Probably one of the best games ever made. L Cheese Dealer, Grifftech, Cerudon, thanks for the 10. Basilian Mocha, Steve's Pantalones, Onibo, Alfredo Jones. He's doing something in the background. CJ Styles, X Squire. Frazacian, thanks for the tier 1. Put on a frame cap, it removes stuttering. I'll put it on 60. Not going back for Hollow Knight anything more. I kind of wanted to at the beginning of this stream, and after watching the lore video, I'm kind of good right now. I don't want to burn myself out on it, because I might want to come back and do some stuff eventually. I need to let it simmer. Yeah. It definitely, ever since I have started playing Hollow Knight, it's pretty much all I've been thinking about. So I kind of want to, like, give it a little bit of time, and then maybe just jump into Silksong when that eventually comes out. You know what I mean? I'm one of those people that don't really like to, like, burn out a game too much. I do not. I haven't even done a full completion of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I love that game. I haven't even played through hard mode yet, dude. So, shit. I haven't even been able to get that game working on my goddamn 5090. Is there any development on that, chat? I should fire it up to see if it even is running okay, but my god, man. That game runs fine on other graphics cards, but on a 5090, it runs bad. It's like, whoa. They're talking about FF7 Rebirth. It's got mega stuttering and bad frame timing, dude. It functions, but it's not great. Runs great on a 3080. Yeah, it ran good on my 4090 when I had it. I don't know if PS5 Pro is the best option. I think just not having a 5090 is the best option for that game. What? Kazan? I never heard of it. Kazan? What is that? Who's that? Who are you guys talking about? Kazan? China Hero Project. See what we're getting into here. I just want to check it out. This game has been around, for a very long time. So I just kind of want to see what they're setting up here. Battle simulation boss challenge. I guess I'll just go adventure. There's a lot for a demo. Adventure? Adventure! Looks like it's running. It looks good. Damn. I'm on a boat. Yeah, this was the game that initially was like very like FF15 like when it was first revealed. It was very like Noctis like.
Skycrest Badlands. It has been a long
It was very quiet.
You've been here before?
A long time ago. Let's not dwell on it. We should head over to Skymirror Lake.
It was very not loud.
It's the sacred lake of the ancient city of Buckhorn.
Of what?
That's the city ruled by Lord Buckhorn many years ago, I guess.
Who's talking?
Yes. In fact, the locals built a grand palace called Buckhorn Palace, carved into the cliff next to the lake, as an offering to the Buckhorn spirit dragon. Even today,
Bro,
many
her
people
lip
in the
sync is
Skymirror
insane.
region still believe in the Buckhorn spirit dragon.
The Buckhorn Spirit Dragon.
I guess it probably refers to the void drags that invaded back at that time.
Dude.
So, there's a good chance Buckhorn Palace is the entrance to the alternate dimension.
Indeed. The gifted energy that affects Skymirror Lake's water tells me there's an
They
alternate
definitely are
dimension
doing
pretty
like
close.
AI lip syncing.
Buckhorn Spirit Dragon. Odd that Lord Buckhorn.
But it's crazy how good it looks now. Holy crap.
I want to investigate around here first. You go ahead, and let's meet later at Skymirror Lake.
Okay, let's stay safe.
You too.
Yeah, they, for anyone that doesn't know, like this AI lip syncing thing was even in FF7 Remake Part 1, but it was for non-crucial dialogue scenes, and it was very rough in Remake Part 1. In actual cutscenes, it's different. It's actually like animated and properly goes with it. But the fact that even basic lip movement, this is very old tech, and it realizes how good it is now. That was crazy how good that looked. It was kind of nuts. Granted, all of her mouth gesturing was pretty similar. She was kind of really emphasizing and doing all of this when she was talking. It didn't have a lot of nuance, but the fact that in any other game, any other situation, that's just meh, 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 meh. Or in FromSoft's case, they just have no mouth. That's a big jump. Game's very pretty. I'm running at like 120 right now. It seems to be running good on a 50. 90! Here, let's see if we can frame cap it. System. Options. Graphical. Run DLSS. Frame gen is off. Ray tracing's on high. Damn. Is there a frame rate limit? Let's do 60. Be synctual. Looking good.
Are you okay? Feeling dizzy?
You can sense that.
Of course. The connection between us is getting stronger.
Perhaps that's why I'm feeling dizzy. Combat commences. So many.
We have a lock? We do.
Watch your back.
Okay.
I'll do it.
LT. Okay. I'm getting the hang of it, chat.
Smart move.
They sort of throw you in here.
Are we being targeted? Hurry down.
Okay. The buttons are a bit weird. Yeah. Things don't exactly make the most sense
As expected.
of where they are.
The monsters here are strong.
It's because you're too weak right now.
It's very platinum. No, no, no.
Dizzy now,
I don't know.
but I still feel a little sluggish.
You promised Minhersag that you'd find all fragments. Let's keep
No, no, no.
going.
I'll be fine.
B button is block. Okay. Yeah, no, it plays more like that solo leveling game. Yeah. Which wasn't bad.
Ah, you have all the luck.
Wet. I'm Roman. Oh, I have a great sword suddenly? Aha. Okay. So, great sword and I press RB. I only have 2 weapons right now. Okay. Oh. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. You can ride the greatsword like it's a surfboard. All right. Yeah, this is a demo. Demo's available on Steam right now. It definitely is performing very well. I'm gonna avoid that item. It's a demo. It's definitely, like, looking pretty good. I'm out of stamina.
I wonder why there's no one here.
People from all over the world are flocking to the Empire.
Oh, you can't jump out of it.
So many cities that used to be filled are almost completely empty now.
In my time, the land was teeming with humans everywhere.
The world has changed a lot since you were imprisoned, Arena.
Right here, let's get serious.
Cool. Oh boy. Targeting's a little weird. My bad.
Fusion begins. Down.
Oh, I'm getting blasted.
How about this?
Let's try this.
Let's get serious.
RB? Yeah.
Time to end it.
Need a way to get in quick.
Sorry,
Right here,
Okay.
right now.
It reminds you of Final Fantasy. Things are happening. It reminds you of Final Fantasy 15. It doesn't play like that. 15's combat was really specific. But it definitely has a guy that looks like Noctis, right?
I'm sensing
So
a
I get it.
powerful energy surge ahead. Let's get past these creatures and back to our mission.
I'll need your help then, Arena.
Warp Strike was very fun. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Comparing the blue attack, yeah, I've only been using dodge. I haven't done the block at all. What does it play like? The best comparison I can give you is that I played a solo leveling game on PC. It was online not that long ago. Kind of is that with like a lot more polish. There was the gacha game turned into an action game.
What bad timing. It's
the Holy Order.
You rebels. souls are willingly confronting us face to face, then I, Victor, will adjudge you to your deaths.
Excuse me?
Something feels off about him, Marina.
I sense that Aramon may be manipulating him.
That's just one more reason to fight him.
I think we saw this boss fight like 6 years ago.
You resistance punks are really mingling with the Void Rats now.
Save your breath. Let's bring it on.
I shall eliminate all you pests.
Oh boy. Ow. I think I can find like a stinger, you know? What is with that? Is this not block? This is like mega slow mode. Interesting.
Oh my great power!
There's like a slow-mo button on RB. Trying to figure out what it does. Yeah. No, it's not weapon change. RB is just like weapon select. So what the heck's block? B is block. I'll try that. Okay, B doesn't seem to be blocking. There we go. It's like a parry. Oh boy.
It's not over yet.
Oh, I tried to parry it. Dang it. I don't know how I'm getting that instant slash.
I'm Joe Black.
Let's try this.
Got it there.
Behold his power.
Bruh. Combat loop's a little weird. Interesting. I don't know how I did that.
Show you what I'm made of.
High slash combo. Can I switch weapons? There we go.
Behold my great power.
I got hit by that? I got hit by that. Shit. Like, yeah, combat's a little muddy because it's like kind of confusing to see what's happening. A little bit. Oh, damn. Going through some shit.
It's working. Smart move.
I'm having a tough time figuring out which moves I'm doing are like special moves. Let's go down.
Victor, don't tarnish my name with your foul mouth. Even he has lost his mind. I've had enough of it.
This fight is going on for a long goddamn time, bro.
Wretch. I think I know. How dare you? I'll take you out first and then handle that cursed icon. It's not over yet.
Oh boy, howdy, is he pissed? Oh.
Sorry for that. Behold this power.
Game is going through it.
Behold my great power. Time to end it.
Dude, how many life bars this guy got? He has to be on this last one, right?
Go to hell, foul pest. Bring it on. Smart move.
Oh boy. Weird.
Right skills. Sorry for that. Show you what I'm meant to begin.
Ah! Ah! Wow.
How about this?
My question is, why is the fight still going?
It's working.
Prove that you can do some air actions, right? That's really generous.
Hold this power. Let's do this together. We need a break. Right here. Can't escape.
Boy, howdy. Okay. I need a break. I need a break. Yeah, I saw the prompt next to his life bar. It was like X and A. I eventually saw it.
Harnessing monsters.
Phase 2.
We'll meet again.
15-minute boss fight. Phase 2. It was definitely suffering when we got into the action. Like a lot of stuff was happening. It was kind of having a tough time holding it together. I used a bunch of healing during that too.
I'm sensing that you are recovering now, Kaiser.
That last battle seems to have gotten my blood.
Yeah, landing hits feels a little weird.
Take a break soon.
Also, using your like LT abilities, I'm having a tough time figuring out why they're special. Like this was that, and I was using my LTY, and I couldn't figure out like what it was particularly good for. It did some different things sometimes. See the tutorial? No, we jumped right into it. No, we kind of just jumped in and feeling the game out. We went right to adventure. I'm not holding it against the game. I'm saying me just pressing buttons and discovering stuff.
Arena, check this out.
You either...
Nice work. Do you want to take a rest?
Yes. Either very out of place or very not out of place. Just got my health and items back.
Focus, Kaiser. I don't want to get blown to pieces with you.
Can't jump. Like only... Okay. Okay, the attack was really delayed. Sorry. It's sort of like autopiloted. This is my only attack? I think it is. Set piece wise, it is really cool. I feel like I remember seeing this cutscene like a long time ago.
Kaiser, be careful! No! Go!
What did you do? So much attention.
This is looking really good.
We call for people to resist the Empire's tyranny.
That's it. That's why they're still
My character is auto running here, chat,
Victor
so
accused
it's kind of
Glimmer
like
teaming up with the Void
controlling
Drives.
it's kind of odd.
That's quite the accusation.
There you go. Not auto running anymore.
Witness my power!
A lot of gifted energy here.
The time-space barrier from the Void Tracks blocked the Empire attack. You need to focus on this battle now.
Fusion begin!
Gotta be careful.
How about this?
Oof. Greatsword feels a little odd. Yep, I'm getting this guy for some reason. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what if I have like a stinger or an air hike. And it seems to be after this. That's cool. A lot of hold attacks. Yeah, it's like a whole bunch of hold attacks. Can't do the LT abilities in the air. Okay.
This is a tough fight. You have Lord Arena by your side. I expect you to win.
Man.
Behold my great power!
Am I getting hit? I can't tell.
Take this. Right now. You're done.
Yeah, that contextual finisher is a little weird. What bums me out is that the greatsword feels kind of bad. Trying to get the parry.
How about this? Right here, right now. Watch and learn, kid. Time to flex my muscle. How do you feel about Lord Arena's power, huh?
It's fun.
That was some
It is, it's like, because it's hard to describe. It's like the attack pacing, you know? It's like, there's so much just like constant whacking that there's like very little differential in between the constant whacking, because there's no stamina associated with this, which is a good call, but you're so frequently engaging that there's very like, it's like kind of spammy. Yeah. It almost feels like MMO combat in a way. Right now, there's probably a bunch of nuance to it, but I'm saying from the first point of view playing this, it kind of feels like MMO combat in a certain way. The lack of impact is definitely there, but like sort of you sort of like hold down a button and then big things just start happening as you hold down the button. I'm trying to do like directional inputs. So there is that. So watch, if I press forward with Y or heavy, I get this. If I press back with it, actually I don't know how I did it. Yeah, there's the charge. Bro, I don't know how I did it. I thought I can do an air hike. Like I get you into the air. Okay, so it's X then Y. Yeah, that's all it was. It was X then Y, yeah. So what also what's interesting is I'm trying to jump and then do a hold attack. Because you do hold attacks here, right? Hold attack, you get it? I wonder if that spark in the end means I can get something. No? Do you have a stinger? Not that I can find. You can do LT after spark, thank you. LT. Yeah, it's RT. Cool. Now that's neat. That feels like I'm missing something here. So there's an expansion there. But actually, you can do it here too. Pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Yeah, you can add like an attack after. Do I get it after general attack finishers? I'm blue there. Yeah, you do. Okay. So it's like a judgment cut thing. And you can kind of mash it. Yeah, it's sort of mashy. They just come out. It just pops out. Cool. I think that's neat. That feels good. Try with the greatsword. Uh-oh, auto running. Yeah, you can just mash it on your end. All right.
Yet, but Victor has retreated.
Maybe Victor is not their leader.
Yeah, the tutorial will explain the combat more. I'm seeing what comes to me naturally. Oof, man. I'm gonna go back to the other one. Maybe VSync is kicking this thing's butt. Damn. DLSS is on right now. Display. Okay. Is this Unreal Engine 5? I don't know. This game was a solo dev game for quite some time, and then I think Sony got involved and they got a bunch of help. Oh, I'm getting screen tearing now. You guys seen screen tearing or no? We're just playing the demo right now. I haven't actually downloaded the full game.
Looks like they think we're in league with the Voidrax.
Do you want to let them know it's not true?
I don't think there's any point. They wouldn't believe me anyway.
I will say the image quality is pretty great, dude. The DLSS, that whatever DLSS this is running, it's pretty great. Is that the same way you played Phantom Blade Zero without any tutorial? Yes. Yeah, I treat it like an actual demo, you know? Like, just jump in, let's see what the game sets up. Phantom Blade Zero clicked almost fucking immediately. That game was, I don't know if it's changed, but it's definitely something like, it definitely was something special. You play it and it's just like, whoa. Things just sort of fit naturally. I can't wait for Phantom Blade Zero, dude. That game needs a release date. Go back to this. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's a little obtuse at first, and I think there's definitely some to it here. Hey, you. Do I rest?
Watch out! There's a... Want to record your story?
Dude, that is a character design. Better than FF16? No. No, FF16's combat initially feels very good. Like, you gotta give FF16 sort of lacks, a really interesting enemies outside of the boss fights.
Come back!
And he's leaving. FF16 combat is mad cool. It doesn't give you many reasons to want to utilize a lot of it, though. That's one of its bigger issues. Is that like, hey, use Leviathan here, or use that there, or use this here, you know? It doesn't really give you a lot of reasons to do that. But if you go in depth with it, it's amazing. It's actually super cool, but yeah, like incentivization's not really there. Bug's getting jacked up.
What skill? Behold this.
Bug's getting absolutely destroyed. My bad. You're lasering the shit out of me. I don't give a fudge. Oh, it does it automatically, okay.
A human accompanied by a monster. Eliminate them!
cool. I got hit. Okay, this is a little messy. I got hit by that.
How about this?
Let's do this together.
I'm getting hit, dude. Like a lot.
Behold this.
Oh, wow, that camera is all over the place. Man, I'm just trying to, like, do an air combo.
Stay strong, Kaiser.
Not dead. Yet.
Looks like our fusion isn't quite complete yet.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Has to be a way to not deal with this shit. Oh my god.
Let's get serious.
God.
Fusion begins. Time to end it. Watch and learn, kid.
It'd have been nice if there was like a cool contextual finisher here.
Take this.
Block is pretty generous. Oh dear. Not again. Please, not again. Oh boy. Oh. Engage the laser section. Oh, I can teleport back down to the ground. Okay. Son of a bitch.
Smart move.
Right skill.
We're in trouble.
Let's try
Are
this.
we in trouble?
It's working.
Ow. God damn. There's a lot of bullshit going on.
Oh, my great power.
Right skill.
It sucks not be able to get in quick, right? I must be missing something. Crap.
Take this.
Bruh. Bruh.
It's not over yet.
Okay. Oh god.
Behold this. Time to
Flex my muscles.
Bro, you go so far away. It's hard to tell if I was at the end there. Yeah, for a solo developer, this is incredibly impressive.
Kaiser, hey, you okay, kid?
But like Sony stepped in several years ago. Like I think it was like early 2020. Sony stepped in and was like, "We'll help you make the game real," you know. Anyone else seen the XNA prompt? Yeah, I'm doing it. But the XNA prompt doesn't look that much different than the traditional stuff that you do. That's kind of the problem, is that the differentiation of one move to the next, of like your regular attack, your hold down attack, some have more hits, but it doesn't, and like your big special moves, some of them don't feel necessarily that much different, right? They don't feel like this is clearly I'm doing this move, I'm clearly doing that move, I'm clearly doing this move, you know what I mean? Yeah. How's the game? It's all right. It's all right. Combat arena powers, yeah, we did this. Each arena power is an independent energy replenished by dealing damage to enemies.
Lend me your strength.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. We figured that out. After fusing with an arena, Kaiser roll becomes a dodge. After fusing with arena, press LB to dodge at the cost of 100 stamina. Dodge at the perfect moment to trigger a perfect dodge and gain 1 unbound energy. When using the sword, press X to consume 1 unbound energy and unleash a blitz burst. Let's try this. Press LB. Okay, there we go. Oh, you don't have to hold a direction. Okay.
You can handle that, right?
Right. Okay. Is this sponsored? No, we're just checking out the demo. Press B to block incoming attacks. Blocking consumes 100 stamina. I did not know that. Enemies may execute powerful attacks indicated by a blue circle. Press B at the right moment. Yeah. So I wasn't not doing traditional blocking. That is not blocking. So it's press B. That is blocking? What?
Right now.
Huh, that was blocking? Blocking doesn't feel good in this game? It didn't even look like a block. And it said I was blocking. I mean, I get the blue parry. I get that. Yeah.
You can handle that. Good job on that block.
So blocking is like Kingdom Hearts blocking? The Kingdom Hearts 1 blocking? After certain attacks, you do the RT stuff. Yeah. Burst Pursuit does not interrupt his oncoming actions. Why is it not doing anything? That's weird. Fusion energy, devil trigger stuff, yeah. That was weird. It did, no, it did something in the air, chat. But it didn't hit him. Is that hitting him? It doesn't look like it is. That one definitely did. They like, I guess they like knock him back down. Okay. When you have the dodge buff, you can press attack and do kind of like a stinger. Backstep dash. Weird that you can't jump and do the hold attacks. They're only done on the ground? No, wait. I can do hold Y in the air, but not the regular one.
Behold this power.
Right, okay. Let's do this.
My muscles.
Oh, very fast. Maybe hold a different part of the normal attack sequence. Yeah, maybe it'll have to be like in the middle. Stance and defense break. Powerful enemies have strong defensive stances until their stances are broken. Kazur attacks won't interrupt their actions. Deal damage to an enemy to reduce their stance. Yeah, we saw this. And then do a sync finisher. We got that. The sync finisher didn't feel that special, which is unfortunate. Thought it was going to be like a big ass, like, really cool finisher. But it just was like a ground combo. There's X and A.
Right here, right now.
I tried to do X and A, bro, and they recovered. Dang it. Not bad. Okay. Make the combat in this look fun. Thank you, but we're trying to figure it out. So here's the auto finisher. Was it not? That was not. I hit X and A on a defense broken enemy. Am I drunk? X and A. There it goes. It's a cool looking combo. I almost wish it was like they did a I almost wish they did a like a different camera angle, you know? The combat's okay. It's okay. It's got some cool gimmicks to it. I think the only gripe I have with the opening experience of the combat is that it all looks really samey. And the greatsword didn't necessarily feel wonderful. It felt very slow. So I didn't want to switch weapons too much. So a lot of the things that you are doing feel like kind of like repetitive. That's the only issue I have. Is that the identity of some attacks from one to the other feel a little similar. Yeah. Yeah, the combat feedback is good. No, it's not like exemplary, but it's good, you know? You know what I'm really curious to play? You know what I'm actually really curious to eventually play? Now that the hype has sort of died down and all of the conversations around it have died down. You know what playing this makes me want to play? Stellar Blade. Yeah. Stardew Valley? Chat's like, Stardew Sonic? Fatal Fury? It actually makes me want to try Stellar Blade. Weirdly enough, you know? I do think I really want to jump into that game and give it a shot at some point now that all the hype has died down. And it's like, it's just out now, so I'm like, yeah. Did I end up buying Stellar Blade? I think I did. Hold on a second. Did I end up... Because it ran good on PC, did it not, chat? ST... It does run good on PC. It runs even better now. Yeah, I'll probably end up buying it. It's a Sony game, so they're never on sale. Very infrequently on sale. Oh, it's got good DLC as well. That's cool. Anyway, Lost Soul aside, I think I'm going to give it like a 7.5 from the demo perspective. It seems all right. It seems all right. I think the one boss that I think clearly kind of had an issue was the large scale enemy boss. And it's got some potential to grow. It's not bad. It's really not. I would love just to rip on it and be like, this just sucks overall. I think the character in the world is a little uninspired, but it does not feel like bad to play. It feels very snappy, which is good. It doesn't have like a lot of input delay or anything like that. It feels decent. Yeah, and if this is like a studio's first time, it's genuinely great. Like, no kidding. It's not, this is the studio's first attempt at an action game. It is genuinely really good. I'll watch some more people play it. Is it like FF16? I think FF16 is much better. The problem with FF16 is that outside of the big spectacle fights, which are some of the coolest shit, FF16's regular enemies and most of the enemies that you get don't really elevate in a way that really challenge the player. That was my issue with it. And the FF16 combat gave you like really crazy abilities that just made everything sort of trivial. So the incentivization of like fighting and doing cool shit wasn't really there. And it makes you fight so much trash mobs, dude. Some bosses are really cool. I mean, one-on-one Clive bosses. But the most fun I had in that game was like tinkering with shit, like combining all of the cooldown elements together in a variety of ways. I also didn't love that it was cooldown based, you know? Yeah, DMC5 has got some just peak ass fucking... DMC5 really has peak ass goddamn gameplay. I'm definitely feeling like I want to do another DMC playthrough pretty soon. I think the demo of this is fine. It definitely is better than most like first time action games. It definitely is. But it feels like I'm curious on what the reviews will eventually be for like the full experience, because it is just coming out right now. But I'm gonna think it's gonna hover somewhere between a 75 to an 80. Maybe generously it could get like an 85, but that seems really high. It probably sits somewhere in the high 70s, unless there's some really crazy shit that happens in the campaign that is like wonderful and really elevates the entire gameplay experience. But from the combat perspective of just playing that demo, it feels like a 7 to a 7.5, you know? Want to see my reaction to Wu Chang? I just never had a chance to try it. Yeah. Never had a chance to try it. Hold up. We have to try this, chat. This is another thing that also just dropped. There are several things that have literally just dropped, dude. Like, while we were streaming. Sonic. I did not try the Hell Is Us demo. I did not. Yo, thanks, Funky Floyd. This had really good music and played pretty dang good at Summer Games Fest. So I was kind of like, oh, this is sort of cool. And it's like right in between a kart racer and Sonic Racing All-Stars Transformed. It's right in between. Giving it a shot. There's a goddamn dinosaur back there. There's a goddamn dinosaur, chat room. Shit. SpongeBob is in this? Are you bullshitting me? They put SpongeBob in this? Bro, they put Aang from Avatar in this. They put all of the Nick All-Star Brawl. What was that? What was that game called? Yeah, it's the Nick All-Stars Retirement Home. Is Shredder in this too? Was Shredder in that game? It's loud, sorry. The longer you charge, the faster you boost. Cool. Lines up. I get it. I get it. I'm pretty sure I have to do like a placement match. Our resolution is too low. Yeah, you're saying words. Hold on a second. Hey, don't you dare. Francois. Whoa, it wanted to reset after I put it to Nihongo. $30 or $60. Oh my. Oh, no wonder TSR is on. Ew. Ew. Bro, bitch has no DLSS. It's got none. Okay. Okay. Grand Prix. Sanic the Horge-Hag. Joker from Batman. Cream from Sonic. Zaz from something. Bird Squid. Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm gonna do the default. I'm gonna do high speed. He's a bitch. Okay. Normal plate, steering assist. Let's turn that off. Okay, well, what's with these plates, bro? Quick charge. Yeah, okay. I'm trying stuff. Where's Terry Bogard? When is Terry Bogard? Damn. Watashi wa Sonic. Ode wa Sonic. This feels right. Gain speed by using air tricks in the air and drifting on curves. Great to this! Oh, I can use the D-pad to steer, bro. This is amazing. I have a puncher thing. Hey, don't you dare. Cool, great to this. Okay. I'm drifting. You don't think I am not drifting? I'm done terribly. Okay. What is happening? Things are happening. Dosta Sonic. Oh, that hit me? Wow. God. Into plane mode. What is this windy thing? Shurikens. Gonna get him. Doshita, Sonic-ku. Final lap is the final lap. Oh God, I've acquired something huge. This one's rainbow glowing. Good, cool. I want ooh la la. Can I get ooh la la? Did I really punch somebody? Okay. Where's ooh la la and BD Joe? Feels okay. Feels okay. Dawn put tickets to purchase machine parts. That's where all the crazy, like, dynamic aspect of the game is in literal customization, right? Seems slow. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Joy, thank you. No, this wasn't at supersonic speed. It was at the second one. It was like 5 different speeds. Damn, bro. Wow. Holland. Move vertically as well as horizontally in flight form. Yeah, that's kind of a given. Great this! Dude, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my God. I'm not picking up anything, am I? Doshita, Sonic-ku. Oh. Wait, what? Got you, egg shit. So this is the big gimmick, is that we go to like different tracks. Oh God. Okay. I don't think that magnet's gonna save me from this ghostly shitter. Oh, Shadow, you a-hole. Oh my god. I have a chow. What in the holy dumb ass? Whoa! What's happening? I've turned into a giant vehicle. Did not last very long. Oh, I messed that up real bad. What is this guy gonna do to me? Something stupid? Yes. Which is cheating. No. No, that sucked. I got Nickelodeon slimed. It feels okay. I definitely feeling like we need some more speed. It's a little... feeling like we need more speed. At least to like engage me a little bit more. Doesn't feel like there's enough happening in each and every moment of the gameplay outside of like the drift mechanic. I wonder if there's anything else I can be doing outside of just taking a better line. Knuckles in a Sonic car? It's weird. Those are some very minor changes. Holy moly. Wait a minute, so I can be on a hoverboard or a VW. Bitch, I can be on a hoverboard? Okay. Sonic speed. Time to kill Amy. I think we lost. No, we're good. Air trick expert, double boost specialist. Why am I losing audio? What is happening? Very weird. What happened to the audio, brother? Why did that? Yeah, this happened yesterday. Weird. Lost all audio. Great! Oh, this feels a little bit better. Abayo, dickhead. Well, I'm freaking zooming now. Eat ass, Amy. I want to change the camera. That ain't it. This looks pretty wonderful. Hey, why did that thing try to kill me? Oh dear God! I just realized what I was supposed to do. Oh shit. I'm not really hitting the edge there. That's not good. I've entered a weird zone. Did I just get teleported in the first place? That's crazy. Huh. I think I like the hoverboard more. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like it needs to be even faster, you know? Feels like it could be even faster. The board is cooler. Ain't no way. Change camera to dynamic. I'm curious what you guys are talking about. Can I just pause it and do that? Was the game fun? It's pretty good. I'm gonna try to change something. Can I not pause it at all? Bro, what? There we go. Weird. I can't change anything, man. Can't change anything. I gotta do it from the main menu. Is it in race settings? Not there. Race camera. Oh, it's at the top, duh. Dynamic race camera. Uh-oh. What is this gonna do? Funny you can't play online. I wonder if it is down at the moment? Oh, I have to do the entire Solar Cup. We've just been changing stuff. Why is the audio kicking in and out? Let me see if it's me or the thing chat. It's Steam. Weird. Okay. Damn, that's why Knuckles sounds. These are so minor differences. Let's do a big ass vehicle. Characters don't matter, it's all car stats. That makes sense. This is the beta? It is. It just came out. Oh, I thought the riders were unique. I'm sorry, the cars were unique, the riders were not. Bad start. The drifting's okay. Damn, turn, bitch. I really gotta lean into it, okay. Well, this Chow just gives us a bunch of coins. Casino zone! Oh god! Must gamble! Hyrule shield, let's go. Must gamble! I've been gooped! Cool. This chick is flying. Oh my god. Where'd I get this boost from? This magic boost. No, dickhead! Die! Okay. No, what is this? Kiss my nuts! There we go. Shield at the perfect time. Okay. I'll take it. Do you feel lag when transitioning to the other map? Very little. There's like a minor stutter when you go from one map to the next. Yeah, I don't see what the difference between the dynamic camera was, chat room. What is going on with the audio? Oh, that's bad. Marcus, what are you holding up, dude? Oh, big truck. Bigger truck. Die. Who hit me? What? Somebody hit me. Exact. Missed that. What the hell? Smash that dude. 1080. Oh, there's no stutter there. Kiss my ass, Ghost. Yo, why is all this shit coming after me? Why me? Whoa, okay. This is fun. It's definitely greatly benefited by the, God damn it. Definitely greatly benefited by the speed. Ah, second. Dang it. Speed boost is pretty nice. Curious if it gets even faster. Yeah, there's a couple more speed boosts even beyond this, which is pretty exciting. It's insane with a lot of people. Insane in like a Mario Kart World sort of way where you barely get to play, or insane as in fun? Water form. Release the charge, activates the charge jumps, and grants a burst of speed. See. One of those. Oh crap. Holy moly, dude. The music's audio mixing is a little weird. Notice that, chat? Holy crap, what just happened? Random track. Normal driving. And third, where are these guys at? In front of me. Dang it. What's the Chow do? Oh, the Mecha Chow. Crap, that turn is not what I think it is! About to get destroyed. This is going very poorly, chat room. Holding on to this thing, that's for sure. Yay! All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. All right. I'm enjoying myself. We're gonna need to check out online. I'm definitely curious to try online. Why am I all the way over here? I'm backing up, dude. I'm trying to get like space in between me and the screen because there's so much stuff going on. The audio disappeared again. There it goes. Oh, we're still going? Yeah, I noticed the game audio kicks out on like the menus for some reason. Through all 3 previous courses. Got it. Donpa Final. This psychotic looking creature. There we go. Nani Sundayo. God. I'm digging the Japanese voices. Take that shadow, you asshole. Still seem to get some pretty good items, even when you're in this place. Vindy. Stupid bugs. What is this? What is this saying? What is the song saying? Stupid bugs. Stupid bugs. This really gonna goop me? Die! I like the thing that's telling you what you hit. Like who you hit with what. Nice little detail. Okay. Stupid bugs, stupid bugs. What are they saying in the background? The audio dropped out again. Okay. Everyone playing the net play, tell me about these sound issues. Is it happening in other things? Is the sound mix just like going out? It only happens when you get to this menu. Not on your end, no? Very weird. Very weird. Are you guys on PC or are you on console? You're on Steam, yeah? Weird. No, I'm not tabbing out. I'm not pressing anything. Alright, let's see how the online is. Gadget slot unlocked. this wild ass looking Dr. Seuss character. Ah, big glove. So this is where like a lot of the big gimmicks are. Is in customization, because you can really do a lot here. I see. Ah, I need like a one slaughter. Sure. Yeah, I get you. See if there's anything weird in audio. Nah. Okay, here we go. Online Ades. World match. Legend status. Street Fighter Legend, the ELO rank system. Dude, if they put Ooh La La on this bitch, or BD Joe or some shit, they put a House of the Dead zombie. Come on. PSO guy? Damn. They put PSO guy in here. But they put Humar, generic orange Humar man. Damn, we going. Metal Harbor, let's go. Shinobi, yeah, Akira, Jackie Bryant was in one of the Xbox 360 Sonic Racers. Dude, what am I looking at? It's crazy ass looking stuff. The Daytona car. Better believe it. Ah! A flying Dreamcast controller. God damn, that's a lot of players. Was that like 12 players? 14? Bro, that's a lot of players. 12 people? Almost. Punish him down. I didn't mean to throw that. Dun, 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 dun. Who the hell smashing me? Okay. Where are we going, bros? Gamble zone! How am I gonna tell my wife? Oh god. Damn it. I lost the mortgage on the house. Stupid bugs! Stupid bugs! stupid stick! Ah! Die, Tails. Your time is over. Time of Sonic is now. What's about to teleport on my ass? What's all this bullshit happening? Damn it. Alright. Yeah, so the, even with 12 people, it still felt like very playable, you know? Like the items and how much stuff is all over the place. Felt very okay, chaotic, but not like insanity. Stupid bugs. I can hear stupid bugs in the song now. That's all I hear. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Previous game's netcode was really bad. I have no issues with the netplay so far. It seemed pretty fine, at least from there. It's hard to tell in a racing game, though. Sand colorful mall. Damn, is that some Sonic ass? Is that stage the one that's like right under my hand? Is that like Sonic werewolf shit? Sonic Unleashed, yeah.
Hey guys!
You shut up. You be quiet. The mall. We're at the mall. I'm at the mall. Stupid bugs. Stupid mall. Stupid mall. Almost got it. The mall. I'm at the mall. Yes. I'm at the mall. Hey, dickhead. You're gonna die now. Wow, I'm grinding. Hate you people. Then we are crammed in here, dude. Why did that blow up? Your shit. Bro, what is happening? It's getting a little chaotic in the back. Okay, I'm focusing here, brother. That was bad. Bad turn. Did you have protection or some shit? God. God! God! This all went very poorly in the final stretch. Ah, man. Wow. My ass got Mario Karted in the end. Yeah. It's not bad. It's really not bad. Feel like it'll get even crazier when the races get even more high speed. This pretty much lines up with how I was feeling at Summer Games Fest as well. It ain't bad, bro. In fact, it's kind of nice. It's kind of fun. Did you try Miku? I don't think Miku's in here yet. I don't think no Hatsune Miku's in here yet. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Not yet, sadly. No, I didn't try much customization. Not much. It's okay. I think it would be kind of fun to play with the guys and shit. I legit do. I think they might have some fun with it. If they can get past the, you know, Sonic-y, cartoony exterior, it'd be pretty fun. Especially with like 12 players and shit. 12 players is a lot. I'm actually surprised that they went that far. It's alright. It's alright. Any night rain tonight? Probably not. Kind of waiting. Probably gonna wait on that new update, September 11th. Oh, this does have crossplay. That's right. They announced that. Better than Diddy Kong Racing. Oh, well, it performs better. Diddy Kong is kind of rough at like 20 FPS-ish. Rollback and crossplay. Yeah, I did hear that some of the Sega Rosso team helped out with this, which I can feel that. I can feel that. Seems about right. 12 seems like the sweet spot. Yeah, anything above that seems kind of crazy. Seems kind of nuts. Chad, I gotta get something to eat. I had a big day today. I had a big old back to school day and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna call it a little earlier than usual tonight. Sorry, only a 5-ish hour stream. But yeah, we got to try a few things, you know? I got to see how things are. I don't know if I'll be doing a full Lost Soul Aside playthrough. I'm gonna survey the land a little bit. I think I might be committing to a whole bunch of fighting games tomorrow. I think that's what I kind of want to do. Oh, one thing I can tell you, chat, is I did get some information about our PAX West visit. So, hold on a second. I'm going to be doing a meet and greet as well. The Capcom guys are helping figure that out. And I can tell you... Hold up. Hold up. Let me get this into a different page. Oh my god. Here, let me go full screen. 1 second, I got to look at this. I can tell you where the meet and greet's going to be. Hold on a second. Yeah, our panel is going to be between 2 and 2:30. On August 31st, we'll be talking Pragmata with the devs. And then at around 4 o'clock, I'm going to go to an autograph area, which they say is at the Summit Terrace Suite, level 4. So I don't know exactly where that is, but I'll try to like let you guys know. And yeah, I'll be giving away posters and doing autographs and all that kind of stuff. So the Summit Terrace Suite for anybody that is going to be at PAX. I'll give you guys another update on social media, on like Twitter in the next couple of days or so. But yeah, I'll be there. I won't be able to do much at PAX, unfortunately, but I'll be there to check out the Capcom thing, and then the panel is going to be streamed from what I understand, yes. I think it'll be on the Capcom official channel. So I'll keep you guys updated on that too. But I won't be there for that long. It's like a 30-ish minute panel that I'll be doing to check out Pragmata and to show some stuff off in the game. So should be cool. Should be cool. Anyway, thanks guys. PAX West, yeah, it's this weekend. I'll be back. I'll let you dudes know. Zizrik, it's Chakra, Doomsday, the one Top Kek, Brawler 7, Blackstar, Dragon Knight, Praise FGC, Smart Asian Guy, Fellow Lunare, Evil Hadoken, Leo Breaker, thank you. Ultra Arcade, Zertzio, Kizu, Diaz Cartwriter, Joy, Kyber, Sirocco, Big Tank, Kale, Vexelux, Glandis, X Slayer. No, not you again. Sometimes Shinobi, Jay Gotham. And yikes, it's Mikey, Dendorian, Jiren, Vocaloid Panic, Charlie Ball. Thanks, dudes. Yeah. All right, chat. Be back. I'll see you guys tomorrow and Friday. Probably play some fighting game stuff. I'm looking forward to it. Have a good one, Shine on. I'll see you next time. Peace.
Go!